Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told this story outside my immediate family. Even now, 8 years later, my hands are shaking as I type this. I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal. I'm not religious. I don't think there are monsters hiding under my bed. But what happened that summer when I was 16 has never made sense, and I can't explain it no matter how hard I try. It was July 2015, and Mom, my older sister Jen, and I were driving cross-country from Oregon to visit my grandparents in Tennessee. Mom had this old Honda Accord that had seen better days, but she insisted it would make the trip. We were taking turns driving. Well, Mom and Jen were. I only had my learner's permit. Stopping at cheap motels and making the most of our girls' road trip, as Mom called it. The incident happened somewhere in eastern Wyoming or western Nebraska. I can't be sure exactly where, because that's part of what makes this whole thing so messed up. We'd been on the road for about 6 hours that day, and it was late afternoon, maybe 4 or 5 p.m. The sun wasn't setting yet, but it was getting lower. I remember that because of how the light was hitting everything. We needed gas, and Jen and Mom both needed a bathroom break. I'd been napping in the back seat and wasn't fully awake yet, so I planned to just stay in the car. We pulled off at this rest area. It wasn't anything special from the outside. There was a main building with what looked like bathrooms and vending machines, a gas station with 2 pumps, and a small parking area. The whole place seemed kind of run down, like it hadn't been renovated since the 80s. Besides our car, there were only 2 other vehicles there, a van full of teenagers, they looked college-aged, and a small grey car that was kind of nondescript. Like, if you asked me what make or model it was, I couldn't tell you, just grey, plain. There were 2 guys standing next to it. The teenagers from the van were heading back to their vehicle as we pulled in. They looked hurried, and I remember one of them saying to his friend something like, "This place is creeping me out, man. Let's just go." I didn't think much of it at the time. The place did look kind of shabby, and teenagers are always being dramatic about stuff. Mom parked near the building, and she and Jen got out to use the bathroom and buy some snacks. I was still groggy from my nap, so I just stayed in the car, scrolling through my phone. I remember being annoyed because there was no cell service, not even one bar. That's when I started paying more attention to the 2 guys by the grey car. They were just standing there, not talking to each other, not on their phones, not doing anything at all. Just standing completely still, facing the building. They were both wearing jeans and dark t-shirts, nothing unusual about their clothes. One was taller than the other, but otherwise they looked kind of similar. Maybe brothers. They were probably in their mid-20s. At first I didn't think much of it. Maybe they were waiting for someone inside, but after a few minutes it started to feel weird. They hadn't moved at all, not even slightly. No shifting weight from one foot to another, no checking the time, nothing. It was like they were mannequins. I remember feeling a chill run down my spine, even though it was hot outside. I sank lower in my seat, not wanting them to notice me watching, but they never turned toward me. They just kept staring at the building. I was starting to get nervous. Mom and Jen had been inside for maybe 5 to 7 minutes, which isn't that long for a bathroom break, but combined with those weirdly still guys, it felt like forever. I considered texting them to hurry up, but remembered I had no service. Then I saw Mom and Jen coming out of the building. They were walking fast, almost running. As soon as they exited, the 2 men slowly turned their heads to look at them. Just their heads. The rest of their bodies remained completely still. It was the most unnatural movement I've ever seen, like their necks were on swivels. I could see Jen grab Mom's arm and start moving faster toward our car. They looked scared. As they got closer, I got a better look at the men's faces. Their expressions were completely blank. But their eyes, God, their eyes were wrong. They were completely dark, like there were no whites, no irises, just empty black spaces where eyes should be. They weren't wearing sunglasses, I'm absolutely certain of that. It was like looking at holes in their faces. Mom and Jen practically threw themselves into the car. Mom fumbled with the keys, her hands shaking so bad she could barely get them in the ignition. "Drive," Jen said. Her voice was tight, controlled panic. "Mom, drive now." Mom started the car and backed out so fast she almost hit one of the gas pumps. Neither of them said anything else until we were back on the interstate, going way over the speed limit. "Did you see their eyes?" Jen finally whispered. Mom nodded, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. "I don't want to talk about it right now," she said, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. "I saw them too," I said. "What was wrong with them?" "I don't know," Mom said. Her voice was shaking. "But we're not stopping again until we reach the next town." We drove for another hour and a half before reaching a small city. Mom pulled into the first decent-looking motel we saw and got us a room, even though it was still relatively early, and we'd planned to drive for several more hours that day. Once we were safely in the motel room, they finally told me what happened inside. They'd gone in to use the bathroom and get some snacks from the vending machines. The interior was empty, no attendant, no other customers. Jen said the place smelled musty, like it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. The bathroom was filthy, but they used it anyway because they really needed to go. When they came out, they noticed there were no security cameras anywhere, which seemed odd for a rest stop. They were about to check out the vending machines when they heard a sound coming from a door marked "Staff Only" at the back of the building. Mom described it as a low humming noise, almost like someone chanting, but not quite human sounding. They were already unsettled. And then Jen looked out the window and saw the two men still standing motionless by their car. Except now they were both facing the building directly, staring right at the door. "Their eyes weren't like that when we went in," Mom said. "I swear they looked normal when we pulled up." "They were just black," Jen added. "Completely black. Like there was nothing there at all." That night at the motel, none of us slept well. We kept the TV on all night because the silence felt too heavy. The next morning, Mum suggested we take a different route for the rest of the trip. Jen and I immediately agreed. Here's where it gets even weirder. A few days later, when we were safely at my grandparents' house, Mum tried to look up the rest stop online to report the weird encounter and the unsanitary conditions. But she couldn't find it. She knew approximately where we had been on the interstate, but there was no rest area listed there on any map. She checked the official state highway maps, Google Maps, everything. According to every source, there was no rest stop or gas station at that location, just an empty stretch of highway. Mum called the state highway department, claiming we had stopped at a poorly maintained rest area. The person she spoke to was confused and insisted there was no rest stop at that location, nor had there ever been one. We thought maybe we had misremembered exactly where it was. We were tired. It had been a long drive, and maybe we'd gotten confused about which exit we'd taken. But on the drive back home 2 weeks later, we specifically looked for it. We drove the exact same stretch of interstate, watching carefully for any sign of that rest area. It wasn't there. We've made that same drive several times in the years since then, and we've never found it again. I've searched online for stories about disappearing rest stops or people with completely black eyes, but nothing quite matches our experience. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was just some weird shared hallucination caused by road fatigue, but all three of us saw the same thing, and we all remember the physical details so clearly. The cracked pavement of the parking lot, the faded paint on the building, the way the late afternoon sun cast shadows across the ground. The thing that bothers me the most isn't just those men with their empty dark eyes. It's that an entire building, a whole rest area with gas pumps and vending machines, seemingly ceased to exist. Or maybe it never existed at all, except for that one afternoon when we stopped there. I don't know what those men were. I don't know if they were even men at all. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I wonder what would have happened if we had stayed longer. If I had gone inside with Mom and Jen, if we had heard that humming sound coming from behind the staff door, would we have disappeared too, just like that rest stop? I'm 24 now, and I've never had any other supernatural experiences. My life is normal. I have a degree, a job, a boyfriend who doesn't know this story because I'm afraid he'd think I'm crazy. But sometimes when I'm driving alone on a long stretch of highway, and I see a rest stop in the distance, my heart starts racing. I never stop at isolated places anymore. I can't bring myself to take the risk. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told it to me. But I know what I saw. I know what my mum and sister saw. And I know that somewhere out there was a rest stop that doesn't exist, where two men with empty black eyes stood motionless in the fading afternoon light, waiting for something I hope I never understand. Story 2. I still wake up in cold sweat sometimes, hearing that wailing sound. It's been nearly 20 years since my time in Iraq, but some experiences don't fade with time. They just burrow deeper into your mind. I served 4 years active duty in the Marines before getting out in 2001. When the war kicked off in 2003, I got recruited by a contractor to help with logistics support. The money was good, way better than my E4 pay had been, and honestly I missed the adrenaline. I'd been a saw gunner in the Corps, so with my weapons experience, they put me on security detail for supply convoys running between Kuwait and Baghdad. For those who don't know, those supply routes were no joke. We called the main highway from Kuwait Ambush Alley for a reason. IEDs everywhere, occasional small arms fire, the works. Every trip was a roll of the dice. Our convoys typically had 10-15 vehicles, mostly supply trucks with a few gun trucks for security. My job was simple: man the M240 on our armored Suburban and watch for trouble. About 3 months into my contract, we were running supplies up to Baghdad when our convoy commander decided to take a route that passed by what the military called Camp Babylon. It wasn't really a camp in the traditional sense, more of a checkpoint near the archaeological site of ancient Babylon. The ruins are about 55 miles south of Baghdad, and supposedly they contain what's left of the Tower of Babel from the Bible. I'm not a religious guy, but even I felt something different about that place as we approached it. The ruins themselves were partially visible from the road, crumbling structures of ancient yellowish brick against the flat desert landscape. The whole area had this weight to it, like the air was thicker somehow. When we were about half a mile from the checkpoint, we started taking sporadic small arms fire from the direction of the ruins. Standard procedure was to stop, establish a perimeter, and return fire while the engineers checked for IEDs, which is exactly what we did. I swung my 240 toward the ruins and started putting down suppressive fire in controlled bursts. That's when I first noticed something odd. Between the muzzle flashes and through my optic, I could see movement among the ruins, but not normal movement. These weren't men with AKs. They were small, almost childlike figures darting between columns and walls, moving way too fast for humans, and there was something off about their proportions. Their limbs seemed too long, their heads too large. The firefight lasted maybe 10 minutes before the shooting stopped. Our team leaders sent a squad to clear the area, but they found nothing. No brass casings, no blood trails, no evidence anyone had been there at all. I kept what I'd seen to myself. Last thing I needed was the guys thinking I was losing it. As we were mounting back up, this contractor named Marcus, who was sitting next to me, not his real name, leaned over. He was this older guy, maybe mid-50s, always reading these weird books about ancient history and shit when we weren't on the move. He'd told me once he was a 32nd degree Mason, whatever that means. "You see them too, huh?" he asked me, voice low. I played dumb. "See what?" "The little ones," he said, nodding toward the ruins. "This place isn't what they tell us. We're not just fighting insurgents out here." I remember laughing it off, telling him he needed to lay off the ancient history books, but his face stayed dead serious. "The Babylonians knew things we've forgotten," he said. "This is where it all started, the first war, and it never really ended." I brushed him off, but his words stuck with me. I'm not into conspiracy theories or supernatural bullshit, but something about his certainty made my skin crawl. About a month later, we were headed back down from Baghdad when one of our trucks blew a transmission about 5 miles past Camp Babylon. It was getting dark, and standard protocol said we shouldn't travel at night if we could avoid it. The convoy commander made the call to double back to the checkpoint where we'd have better security while we waited for the replacement parts. That's when the real shit started happening. We arrived at Camp Babylon just after sunset. The place was manned by a small contingent of coalition forces, mostly Polish troops at that time, and they let us set up in their perimeter. The ruins themselves were maybe 300 meters from where we parked. After we got settled, I decided to step away from the vehicles to take a leak. I walked about 50 meters from our position, just far enough to get some privacy, but still within the secured perimeter. That's when I noticed a light in the distance, out in the open desert between us and the ruins. It was a small, yellow-orange glow, like a lantern, bobbing about 4 feet off the ground. But there was no visible person carrying it. It moved with purpose, in a straight line toward the ruins. I watched it for maybe 30 seconds before it disappeared behind one of the structures. I zipped up and jogged back to our position, grabbing my NOD's night vision from my kit. I scanned the area, but couldn't see anything unusual anymore. I mentioned it to our team leader, but he just shrugged it off as probably some local with a light. Around midnight, I was on watch with Ramirez, another contractor with a marine background. Most of the guys were sleeping in or under the vehicles. The night was unusually quiet. No distant explosions, no gunfire, not even the usual sound of generators running. Just dead silence. Then we heard it, a sound that still haunts my fucking dreams. It started as a low moan coming from the direction of the ruins. At first I thought it might be the wind, but there wasn't any breeze that night. The sound grew louder, transforming into something that I can only describe as a woman wailing in absolute agony, but mixed with something else, something ancient and wrong. It had this quality of loneliness to it, like the sound was coming from something that had been alone for thousands of years. Ramirez and I both froze. "What the fuck is that?" he whispered. The wailing continued for maybe 30 seconds, then abruptly cut off. The silence that followed was almost worse than the sound itself. I raised my NODs again and scanned the ruins. Nothing moved. But the air felt charged somehow, like right before a thunderstorm. Marcus, the Mason guy, had apparently been awake too. He approached us, his face pale even in the green glow of my night vision. "They're awake now," he said quietly. I was about to tell him to shut the fuck up when Ramirez suddenly grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in like claws. "There!" he hissed, pointing toward the edge of the ruins. "Do you see it?" I swung my NODs in that direction and felt my blood turn to ice. Standing beside one of the crumbling walls was a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and completely black, like a hole cut into the night. It had no features that I could make out, just a vaguely humanoid shape, and it was perfectly still, facing in our direction. "It's watching us," Ramirez whispered. I blinked, and when I looked again, the figure was gone. Just like that. No movement, no walking away. Just there 1 second and gone the next. Ramirez was shaking. I'd seen this guy take incoming fire without flinching, but now he looked terrified. Did you feel that? He asked. Feel what? When that thing was looking at us, like a wave of, I don't know, man, despair. Like everything good in the world was just gone. Like I was gonna die right there. I hadn't felt anything like that, and I told him so, but the look on his face scared me more than anything I'd seen that night. Marcus put his hand on Ramirez's shoulder. You felt it because it was looking at you specifically, he said. They choose who they reveal themselves to. What the fuck are you talking about? I demanded, getting angry now. The Guardians, Marcus said. The ones who were cast down with the tower. They're bound to this place. I was about to tell him where he could shove his mystical bullshit when the wailing sound came again, louder this time, and closer. It sounded like it was coming from just outside our perimeter. Several of the other contractors woke up, grabbing their weapons. Even some of the Polish soldiers came running over, asking what was happening. The sound continued for almost a minute this time before fading away. Nobody went to investigate. Nobody wanted to. The rest of the night passed without incident, but nobody slept much. When dawn finally came, it felt like we'd all survived something, though none of us could articulate exactly what. We got the replacement parts around noon and got the hell out of there as fast as we could. During the drive, Ramirez was unnaturally quiet. When I asked if he was okay, he just shook his head. I'm not coming back to this fucking place, he said. I don't care what they pay me. He put in for a transfer to the Green Zone detail the next day. I never saw him again after that. About a week later, I was at the main base in Kuwait when I ran into a group of Pakistani contractors who worked in the mess hall. I'd gotten friendly with them, and after a few beers, non-alcoholic for them, I found myself telling them about what had happened at Babylon. The oldest of them, a guy named Farouk, listened intently. When I finished, he nodded gravely. You encountered a jinn, he said, a damned spirit. In Pakistan, we grow up hearing stories about them. They inhabit ruins and desolate places, especially those with dark histories. So what was it doing, I asked, not really believing, but curious nonetheless. Watching, waiting, Farouk replied. The jinns are tied to their locations. Some are guardians of ancient treasures. Others are imprisoned there as punishment. The wailing you heard in our stories, that is how they lure travelers to their doom. And the tall black figure? That is their true form when they wish to be seen, he said. Your friend felt its gaze because it marked him. You are fortunate it did not mark all of you. He hesitated, then added, in our beliefs, some jinns serve Iblis, what you would call Satan. I laughed it off, but I noticed none of the Pakistani men were laughing with me. The Tower of Babel was where mankind challenged God, Farouk said quietly. Some things are still there, guarding the site of that transgression. You were lucky to leave alive. I rotated back to the States a few months later, my contract complete. I tried to forget about what happened at Babylon, chalking it up to stress, exhaustion, and the weird psychological effects that combat zones have on people. But sometimes I still hear that wailing in my dreams, that sound of ancient loneliness and rage. I've since written a few books about haunted places around the world. It became a kind of therapy for me, investigating the paranormal. I've seen some strange shit over the years, things I can't explain, but nothing has ever matched what we experienced in the ruins of Babel. I've tried researching the site, looking for similar accounts from other contractors or military personnel who were stationed there. There's surprisingly little information available. It's like nobody wants to talk about it. Sometimes I wonder about Ramirez, about what he felt when that thing looked at him, and I wonder if Marcus knew more than he was telling us. The few times I've tried to find him through contractor networks, I've hit dead ends. All I know is that there are things in this world that don't fit neatly into our understanding of reality. And sometimes, in ancient places where history runs deep, those things can still reach out and touch us. I don't know what we encountered in the ruins of Babel that night, but I know it was real, And I know it's still there, waiting in the darkness between those ancient bricks, making that terrible, lonely wail. Story 3. I've never talked about this before, not even to my closest friends. It's hard to put into words what it's like to know something terrible is going to happen before it does. I don't mean like having a bad feeling. I mean knowing, deep in your gut, that something specific is wrong. It's happened to me twice now, both times connected to my mum's pregnancies, and I still can't explain it. The first time was during my freshman year of high school. It was a completely normal Tuesday in November. I remember wearing my favorite hoodie because it was getting colder, and I'd been joking around with my friend Kara during biology class. Nothing unusual was happening. Then out of nowhere, this overwhelming feeling of dread just washed over me. It felt like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water down my back. My hands started trembling, and I couldn't focus on what our teacher was saying anymore. Kara noticed something was off and whispered, "Are you okay?" I remember shaking my head and saying, "Something's wrong with my family." I had no idea why I said that or where it came from. It just came out of my mouth. Before she could respond, I felt bile rising in my throat and barely made it to the trash can before throwing up in front of everyone. Obviously, the teacher sent me to the nurse's office, who called my dad to pick me up since my mum wasn't answering her phone. When my dad showed up, he looked weird, pale and distracted. He didn't say much on the drive home, just asked if I was feeling better. When we got to the house, he finally told me that my mum had been rushed to the hospital earlier that day. She'd been about 11 weeks pregnant, something they hadn't even told me yet because of previous complications, and she'd lost the baby that morning, at almost the exact time I'd gotten sick in class. I didn't tell my parents about the weird feeling I'd had. I mean, how do you even bring that up? Hey, I somehow knew Mom was miscarrying before anyone told me. It seemed disrespectful somehow, like I was making her tragedy about me. So I kept it to myself, figuring it was just some bizarre coincidence, but then it happened again 2 years later. My mom got pregnant again during my junior year. This time they told me early on, probably around 8 weeks. They were being really cautious, and Mom was seeing her doctor regularly. Everything seemed to be going fine. She was about 14 weeks along by early April. I was actually excited about the possibility of having a sibling, even though I'd be heading to college soon. The night of April 5th, I had this incredibly vivid dream. In it, I saw my mom sitting in a hospital bed, crying uncontrollably. The weird part was the hospital room had these light blue curtains with a tiny pattern of white dots that I'd never seen before. When I woke up, the image of those curtains stuck with me all day. I felt on edge, but nothing happened, so I tried to shake it off. April 7th was a Friday, and I was staying over at my boyfriend Jake's house. His parents were cool with me coming over after school, and they were supposed to be home that evening, but his dad got called into work for an emergency, and his mom was taking his little sister to a sleepover and then going to visit her friend who'd just had surgery. Jake and I had the house to ourselves for a few hours, which normally would have been awesome. We were just hanging out in his living room watching some stupid movie when that feeling came back. The exact same one from 2 years before. My body went cold, and my hands started shaking so badly I dropped the soda I was holding. Jake jumped up when it spilled on the carpet, but I couldn't even move to help him clean it up. "What's wrong?" he kept asking, but I couldn't answer. I was gasping for air like I'd been running, and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. All I could think was, "Mom, something's wrong with Mom and the baby." I grabbed my phone with trembling hands and called her. No answer. Called my dad. No answer. The panic just kept building until I felt like I was going to pass out. Jake was freaking out, trying to get me to tell him what was happening, but I could barely speak. "Hospital," I finally managed to say. "I need to go to the hospital." Jake thought I meant I needed to go to the hospital for myself, but I shook my head and somehow explained that I thought my mom was there. He looked at me like I was crazy. "Did someone call you? Did you get a text?" he kept asking. "No, I just know." Please, can you drive me? His house was only about 10 minutes from the city hospital, but I could tell he thought I was overreacting or maybe having some kind of panic attack. Still, he grabbed his keys and helped me to his car because I was shaking so badly. The whole drive there, I kept trying to call my parents, but neither of them answered. Jake kept glancing over at me with this worried expression. "How do you know she's at the hospital?" he asked quietly. "I just know," I said, and I couldn't explain it better than that. When we got to the ER, I ran to the information desk, probably looking like a complete mess. My face was tear-streaked, and I was still shivering despite it being warm outside. "My mom," I gasped to the receptionist. "Is my mom here? Her name is Diana, redacted." The woman typed something into her computer and then shook her head. "I'm sorry, there's no one registered under that name." For a split second, relief washed over me. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe this was all in my head. But then I heard the automatic doors behind me slide open and there was a commotion as hospital staff rushed toward the entrance. An ambulance had just arrived. I turned around just in time to see them wheeling in a gurney, and even from a distance, I recognized my mum's chestnut hair spread across the pillow. She had an oxygen mask on her face, and there was blood. So much blood on the sheet covering her. My dad was running alongside the gurney, his face ashen. The receptionist was saying something to me, but I couldn't hear her over the roaring in my ears. I started moving toward them, but a nurse blocked my way as they rushed my mum through some double doors. My dad saw me standing there and did a double take. "How did you—" he started to ask, but then shook his head like that wasn't important right now. He hugged me briefly and I could feel him trembling. "What happened?" I asked, though somehow I already knew. "She started hemorrhaging at home," he said, his voice breaking. "The baby. They don't think—" He couldn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. The baby was gone. I knew it with the same certainty that had brought me to the hospital in the first place. A nurse came to lead us to a waiting area, and I noticed the walls were painted that same light blue from my dream. When they eventually took us to see my mum, the curtains around her bed had the exact white dotted pattern I'd seen in my dream 2 nights before. My mum was stable, but devastated. She kept apologizing to me, as if losing the baby was somehow her fault. I just held her hand and tried not to think about how I'd known this was going to happen, how I'd seen those curtains before I'd ever been in that room. Jake had waited for me the whole time, sitting quietly in the waiting room. When I finally came out to tell him what happened, he just hugged me and didn't ask any questions about how I'd known. But later, when he was driving me home, he said, "That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. How did you know?" I couldn't answer him. I still can't answer that question. It's been 3 years since that day. I'm in college now, studying psychology, partly because I want to understand what happened to me. I've researched premonitions and intuition, read about twin telepathy and the supposed special connection between mothers and children. Nothing quite explains what I experienced. The strange thing is, it's never happened again. Not once have I had that overwhelming sense of dread or certainty about anything else, good or bad. When my grandmother got sick last year, I had no forewarning. When my dad had a minor car accident, I didn't feel a thing until my phone rang with the news. Sometimes I wonder if it only happens with pregnancies, with new life trying to come into the world, or maybe it was specific to those babies. Siblings I'll never know. Were we connected somehow? Would I have had that bond with them if they'd survived? My mum hasn't gotten pregnant again, and the doctors say it would be too risky now. Part of me is relieved because I don't know if I could handle feeling that horrible dread a third time. But another part of me wonders if I'd be prepared next time, if I could somehow change things, if I recognized the signs earlier. The most unsettling part is that I don't know when or if this weird ability might surface again. Will I suddenly know when something happens to my parents when they're older? Will I feel it if something happens to Jake, now that we've been together for years? Or was it just some bizarre coincidence that happened twice? I've never told my parents about it. How could I? Hey, I psychically knew when you were losing your babies. They've been through enough without me adding some supernatural element to their grief. The only person who really knows is Jake, and sometimes I catch him watching me when bad news comes on TV, like he's checking to see if I'm getting one of my feelings. I'm not. It doesn't work like that. I don't know why I'm writing all this down now. Maybe because the anniversary of that last day just passed and it's been weighing on my mind. Or maybe because I woke up this morning with a dream lingering just at the edge of my memory. Not a bad one, but something important that I can't quite recall. It's probably nothing. But if you've ever experienced something like this, knowing something you couldn't possibly know, feeling a connection to events happening miles away, please tell me. Sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy, remembering how real and certain that feeling was. How I just knew. The doctors said what happened to my mom both times was just bad luck. Statistically, miscarriages are common, but statistics don't explain how I threw up at the exact moment my mom was losing her first baby, or how I dreamed about hospital curtains I'd never seen before. The human mind is supposed to be logical, to follow cause and effect. But what happens when you experience the effect before the cause, when you feel the grief before the loss? I don't have any answers. Just this story that I've never fully told until now, and a lingering fear that someday that feeling will come back and I'll once again know something terrible before it happens, but still be completely powerless to stop it. Story 4. I've never told this story online before. For 7 years, I worked at Meadowbrook Care Home, a nursing facility in a quiet suburb. I'm not there anymore, but what I experienced still haunts me. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. I started at Meadowbrook right after getting my CNA certification. The pay wasn't great, but I needed the experience. Most people think nursing homes are depressing places. And yeah, sometimes they are, but there's also so much life there, so many stories, so much wisdom. I genuinely enjoyed caring for the elderly residents who needed help with daily tasks. About 6 months in, I met Dorothy, an 87-year-old woman with advanced Alzheimer's. She had these piercing blue eyes that seemed to look right through you. Her white hair was always neatly pinned back, something she insisted on even when she couldn't remember her own daughter's name. Dorothy was usually quiet, occasionally talking about her late husband Frank or her childhood on a farm in Ohio. Pretty typical stuff for our residents. What wasn't typical was what happened the first time I witnessed Dorothy's bus routine. I was working a Tuesday afternoon shift when I found Dorothy's room completely ransacked. Her clothes were scattered everywhere, dresser drawers hanging open. I immediately thought someone had broken in, but then I spotted Dorothy in the corner, frantically stuffing items into shopping bags. "Dorothy, what are you doing, honey?" I asked, helping her pick up a nightgown that had fallen to the floor. "My bus is coming," she said matter-of-factly. "Need to be ready, can't miss it this time." Yes. I tried explaining that no bus was coming, that this was her home now, but she just shook her head and continued packing. Nothing I said could convince her otherwise. Eventually, with all her belongings crammed into plastic bags and an old suitcase she'd pulled from her closet, she insisted on going to the lobby. I helped her carry everything. She settled into one of the chairs facing the front entrance, her bags arranged neatly around her feet, and stared intently at the road, visible through the glass doors. "The 7:15 bus," she kept muttering. "It's coming soon." I reported the situation to my supervisor, who sighed and said, "Just let her be. She'll tire herself out eventually." But Dorothy didn't tire out. She sat there all day, refusing to come to meals, only accepting a sandwich I brought her. I ended my shift at 8 p.m. and she was still waiting. When I returned the next morning, Dorothy was in the exact same spot, looking more tired, but just as determined. This went on for 3 days. Other staff members tried to coax her back to her room, but she refused. She would doze in the chair occasionally, but always jerk awake, worried she'd missed her bus. Then on the 4th day, at around 2:30 in the afternoon, the call light for room 214 went off. Inside, Mr. Peterson, a 92-year-old man with heart failure, had stopped breathing. The nurses rushed in, but he was already gone. He'd been declining for weeks, but the end came suddenly. I was helping the nurses with the post-mortem care when one of the aides came in. "Guys, Dorothy just went back to her room." We all exchanged looks. When we finished with Mr. Peterson, I went to check on Dorothy. She was sitting on her bed, unpacking her bags, looking irritated. "I missed it again," she grumbled. "Bus came and left without me." A chill ran down my spine. I watched her put away her clothes with trembling hands, muttering about bus schedules and inconsiderate drivers. At first, I thought it was just a weird coincidence. People with Alzheimer's often have strange behaviors that don't make sense to us. But then, it happened again 3 weeks later. Dorothy started packing frantically one morning, insisting she needed to catch her bus. She set up in the lobby again, and 2 days later, Mrs. Abernathy in room 223 died from complications of pneumonia. Within an hour, Dorothy returned to her room, complaining about missing her bus. The 3rd time it happened, I started keeping notes. Dorothy began her bus routine on a Friday. By Monday, we were all watching to see who would pass. That evening, Mr. Wallace, who had been relatively stable despite his cancer diagnosis, took a sudden turn and died just after dinner. Dorothy returned to her room. "Missed it again," she said. After the 5th time, I nervously brought it up in our staff meeting. I expected people to laugh, but nobody did. Linda, a nurse who'd been there for 20 years, nodded solemnly. "We've had residents like this before," she said quietly. "They just know." Over the next few months, the pattern continued without fail. Dorothy would pack her bags, camp out in the lobby for anywhere from 1 to 4 days, and then a resident would die. She would immediately return to her room, always with the same complaint about missing her bus. Some staff members became superstitious, whispering when Dorothy appeared with her bags. Others found it oddly comforting. Dorothy's ritual gave us time to prepare, to make sure family members were called, to ensure no one died alone. What made it even more chilling was that Dorothy never seemed to pick up on environmental cues. Once, she started packing for Mrs. Jenkins, who showed no signs of illness and had just had a perfectly normal checkup. 3 days later, Mrs. Jenkins suffered a massive stroke in her sleep and was gone before the ambulance arrived. The most unsettling incident happened about 3 years into my time at Meadowbrook. Dorothy hadn't done her bus routine in nearly a month, the longest she'd gone without it. Then, one Tuesday morning, I arrived to find her sitting in the lobby, surrounded by her belongings. "Who is it this time?" I asked Linda as we checked the charts for declining residents. "No idea," she replied. "Everyone's stable right now." For 2 days, we all worked with this sense of dread hanging over us, checking and double-checking on every resident. But everyone seemed fine. On the 3rd morning, Tanya, one of our receptionists, didn't show up for her shift. The administrator called her house and got no answer. Later that afternoon, we learned that Tanya had died in her sleep from an undiagnosed heart condition. She was only 42. Dorothy had only seen Tanya a handful of times at the front desk. They'd barely spoken. Yet somehow, Dorothy knew. That night, Dorothy returned to her room with her usual complaint about missing the bus. I helped her unpack, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fold her clothes. When I finished, I sat in my car in the parking lot and cried for almost an hour. As Dorothy's Alzheimer's progressed, other behaviors changed. She forgot how to use utensils, stopped recognizing her daughter, became incontinent. But the bus routine remained consistent. It was as if this one ritual was hardwired into some primal part of her brain that disease couldn't touch. We began to rely on it. When Dorothy grabbed her bags, we'd start making calls to family members of our sickest residents. "You might want to come visit soon," we'd say carefully. We couldn't explain why, of course. Who would believe us? But it worked. So many families got to say goodbye because of Dorothy's strange gift. So many residents had someone holding their hand when they left this world. The most personal experience for me came during my 6th year at Meadowbrook. My grandfather had been living with us for about 8 months. He had Parkinson's, but was doing relatively well with his treatments. I was sitting with him one afternoon when an aide poked her head in. "Rachel, Dorothy's in the lobby with her bags." My blood ran cold. I looked at my grandfather, who was reading a magazine, completely unaware. That night, I stayed past my shift, sitting with him, telling him stories, showing him pictures of my kids. The next morning, I called my mom and told her to come visit. I couldn't tell her why. She would have thought I was crazy, but I insisted. My grandfather died peacefully 2 days later, with both of us at his bedside. As we were signing the necessary paperwork, I glanced out the window and saw Dorothy shuffling back to her room, muttering about buses. I thanked her silently for the warning, for the chance to say goodbye. The thing is, Dorothy never seemed aware of what she was doing. When we'd ask her about the bus, she'd give different answers. Sometimes she was going to visit her sister in Cincinnati. Other times she was heading to the beach. Once she told me she was going to her own funeral, which sent shivers down my spine. "Who else is going to be on the bus, Dorothy?" I asked once, trying to figure out if she consciously knew who was dying. She looked confused. "Just the regular people, I suppose. Why do you ask such silly questions?" "I left Meadowbrook about a year ago for a hospital position. Before I left, I asked the director about Dorothy's history. Had she always done this?" The director, who'd known Dorothy since her admission, nodded. "From day one," she said. "The first time we thought she was just confused and trying to go home. Then Mrs. Callahan died, and Dorothy unpacked. We started noticing the pattern after that." In all, during my 7 years at Meadowbrook, Dorothy predicted over 200 deaths. She never once got it wrong, never once missed a death, or predicted one that didn't happen. Dorothy herself passed away 6 months after I left. A former colleague told me that in her final days, Dorothy became agitated, constantly trying to pack her bags but too weak to do so. The staff helped her, gathering her belongings and taking her to the lobby in a wheelchair. She sat there for almost 24 hours, watching the road. "I can see it coming," she reportedly said. "The bus is finally coming for me." She died peacefully that night, surrounded by staff who had come to love her and her strange gift. According to my colleague, in her final moments, Dorothy smiled and raised her hand slightly, as if waving to an approaching vehicle only she could see. I've worked in healthcare for over a decade now, seen hundreds of patients, witnessed many deaths, but I've never encountered anything like Dorothy again. Sometimes when I drive past bus stops, I find myself slowing down, looking at the people waiting there, wondering if any of them possess Dorothy's gift, if any of them are waiting for buses that aren't really buses at all. I still can't explain what Dorothy was sensing or how she knew. Maybe the veil between life and death is thinner for some people. Maybe those with Alzheimer's, who lose so much of themselves to the disease, gain access to something the rest of us can't perceive. All I know is that Dorothy taught me that death doesn't always arrive unannounced. Sometimes it sends a message first. Sometimes the message comes through the most unlikely messenger. And sometimes, if you pay attention, you get the chance to say goodbye. Well, Story 5. I don't talk about this much. To be honest, I still get goosebumps thinking about it, but it's been 4 years and I think I'm finally ready to share what happened that Columbus Day weekend back in 2019. My name's Melissa. I was 19 then, a sophomore at Ohio State. My best friend Sarah and I had been inseparable since middle school, but college life was pulling us in different directions. She'd been going through a really rough patch that fall. Her boyfriend of 3 years had cheated on her. Her grades were slipping, and her parents were constantly fighting. Looking back, all the signs of depression were there, but I didn't recognize them for what they were. That weekend, I was headed to a journalism conference in Cincinnati with my media studies class. Sarah was supposed to come too. She was in the same program, but backed out last minute claiming she was sick. I remember feeling annoyed, thinking she was just being flaky again. God, I wish I'd paid more attention. The drive to Cincinnati was about 2 hours from Columbus. The whole way there, I had this weird feeling in my stomach, like something wasn't right. I texted Sarah a few times, but only got short responses. Nothing alarming, just distant. I figured she was probably just sleeping off whatever bug she had. We checked into our hotel around 6 p.m. on Friday. I was sharing a room with 2 girls I barely knew from my journalism ethics class. The conference didn't start until Saturday morning, so everyone wanted to go out and explore the city. I wasn't really in the mood, but tagged along anyway. We grabbed dinner, wandered around for a bit, then headed back to the hotel around 11. I remember being exhausted, but having trouble falling asleep. The hotel room was freezing despite the thermostat showing 72 degrees. I kept tossing and turning, my mind racing with random thoughts. I finally drifted off around 1 a.m. That's when it happened. I dreamed of Sarah, but it wasn't like a normal dream where things are hazy and jump around. This was crystal clear, like she was actually standing in front of me. We were in this empty white space and she looked peaceful. She was wearing her favorite blue sweater, the one with the little hole in the sleeve that she refused to throw away. "Hey, Mel," she said, smiling at me. Her voice sounded so real, like she was right there. "Sarah?" I remember asking, confused because somehow I knew I was dreaming, but it felt too real. "I just wanted to tell you that things are better now," she said. "Everything's okay. You don't have to worry about me anymore." Something about the way she said it made my heart drop. In the dream, I tried to move toward her, but couldn't. "What do you mean?" I asked. "You're going to do amazing things, Mel. Don't forget about that children's book you always wanted to write. Promise me you'll do it someday." I hadn't talked about that dream with anyone except Sarah. It was our little secret, something I'd wanted to do since we were kids. "Why are you talking like this?" I asked, panic rising in my chest. She looked down at her hands, then back at me. "I just need you to tell my parents it wasn't their fault. None of it was. They did their best." My dream self knew exactly what she meant, and I felt cold dread wash over me. "Sarah, where are you right now?" I asked. She just smiled sadly. "I love you, Mel. You've been the best friend anyone could ask for." Then she was gone, and I woke up gasping for air. The clock read 2:37 a.m. I was freezing cold, shivering despite being under 2 blankets. My roommates were both sound asleep, oblivious to my panic. I immediately grabbed my phone and called Sarah. No answer. Called again. Straight to voicemail. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely type, but I managed to send her a text. "Please call me as soon as you get this. I don't care what time it is." 5 minutes passed. Nothing. 10 minutes. My mind was racing with horrible possibilities. What if she'd already done something? What if I was too late? I called her parents' house, not caring that it was nearly 3 a.m. Her dad answered, groggy with sleep. I asked if Sarah was home. He said she'd gone out earlier and hadn't come back yet, but they assumed she was staying with friends. I could hear the concern creeping into his voice as he realized I didn't know where she was either. I hung up and tried Sarah again. Still nothing. My roommates had woken up by this point, annoyed at first, but then concerned when they saw the state I was in. One of them asked what was going on, but I couldn't explain. How could I tell them I thought my best friend was about to kill herself because of a dream? Something told me I needed to send her one more message, something that would cut through whatever darkness she was feeling. With trembling fingers, I typed, "Life is too precious to end so fast. I love you, and I know everything will pass. I love you, and I want to grow old with my best friend by my side." I hit send and held my breath. 30 seconds passed. A minute. Then my phone lit up with her name. I answered on the first ring. All I could hear was sobbing on the other end. "Sarah," I whispered, afraid of what I might hear. "How did you know?" She choked out between sobs. "How did you know, Mel?" "Know what? Where are you?" There was a pause, just the sound of her uneven breathing. "I'm at the bridge," she finally said. "The one over the Scioto River." My blood ran cold. I knew exactly which bridge she meant. It was infamous in Columbus, a place where several people had taken their lives over the years. It was a high arch over the river, with a small pedestrian walkway alongside the traffic lanes. "Sarah, please don't do this. Please, I'm coming back right now. Just stay on the phone with me." "I was going to do it," she said, her voice unnervingly calm now. "I was sitting in my car with the engine running for the past hour, trying to work up the courage. I'd already written the notes, one for my parents, one for you." I felt sick. "What stopped you?" "Your text came through right as I was opening my car door. Right at that exact moment, Mel. How did you know? Did someone tell you?" "I couldn't explain it then, and I still can't explain it now." "I just had a feeling," I said. "I had a bad dream and woke up knowing something was wrong." I stayed on the phone with her while I woke up my professor, explained that there was an emergency, and arranged to get a ride back to Columbus. The whole 3-hour drive, with an incredibly kind professor who didn't ask too many questions, I kept Sarah on the phone. Sometimes we talked, sometimes we just breathed together in silence. I made her promise not to move from where she was parked near the bridge. She promised, and when my professor dropped me off there at nearly 7 a.m., she was still in her car, eyes red and puffy, looking exhausted but alive. I still remember the way she looked at me when I opened her car door, like she was seeing a ghost. We just held each other and cried for what felt like forever. Later that day, after I'd taken her to her parents' house and explained as gently as I could what had happened, she showed me the notes she'd written. Reading my own felt like peering through a window into another timeline, one where I'd woken up the next morning to the worst news possible. The note had all the things she'd said in my dream, about her parents, about my children's book dream, about how much she loved me. Sarah started therapy the following week. It wasn't an easy road. She had a lot to work through, but she stuck with it. We both transferred to part-time status that semester to focus on her health. It's been 4 years now. Sarah graduated last year with her journalism degree. She's doing well, working for a local news station and dating a really sweet guy she met in one of her support groups. We still talk about that night sometimes. She says she still doesn't understand what made her check her phone at that exact moment when she'd turned it off hours earlier, intending never to turn it back on. I don't have an explanation for what happened. I'm not particularly religious or spiritual. I've never had anything like that happen before or since. All I know is that something, some connection between us, bridged the gap between my unconscious mind and her darkest moment. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, cold and shaking, remembering the clarity of that dream and the certainty I felt. I don't think I'll ever forget the way my body knew something was wrong before my mind could process it. Sarah and I made a pact to always answer each other's calls, no matter what time it is. And every year on that same weekend in October, we get together and do something life-affirming, hiking, skydiving, or just sitting by a bonfire talking until dawn. I still get chills thinking about how close I came to losing her, how a dream and a text message sent at just the right moment changed everything. Whatever it was, coincidence, supernatural connection, or just the mysterious bond between two people who've known each other most of their lives, I'm grateful for it every single day. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. Sometimes I can barely believe it myself. But I needed to share it somewhere, to put into words the inexplicable thing that happened that night. Because every time I look at Sarah now, living her life and smiling again, I'm reminded that whatever exists between life and death, between dreams and reality, sometimes it bends the rules just enough to save someone you love. Story 6. I've spent the last 3 days trying to convince myself that what happened was just a coincidence. But I can't shake this feeling. I need to write it down somewhere, just to get it out of my head. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me understand what happened. It started back in April 2016. I was living in Montreal, working at this marketing agency downtown. My life was pretty normal. I'd go to work, hang out with friends on weekends, scroll through social media like everyone else. That's when I first started seeing posts about this missing girl. Her name was Sophie Belanger, 10 years old, disappeared while walking home from a friend's house in Laval, just north of Montreal. At first it was just another sad story on my feed. You know how it goes. You see these things, feel terrible for a moment, maybe share the post and then continue scrolling. But for some reason, this case kept appearing on my timeline. Friends sharing search party information, local news updates, her mother's desperate pleas for information. Her face, round with these big brown eyes and a shy smile, became familiar to me even though I'd never met her. The search went on for about 2 weeks. Police were investigating, volunteers were combing through parks and wooded areas. Her school photo was everywhere. Then, as these things often do, the posts started appearing less frequently. No new leads, no developments. The media moved on to other stories. I still thought about her occasionally, especially when driving through Laval, wondering what happened to that little girl with the shy smile. By June, I was preparing for a trip to Brazil, something I'd been planning for months. I needed a break from work, from the Montreal routine, from everything. I was excited about disconnecting, exploring a new country, meeting new people. The day before I left, I deleted all social media apps from my phone, wanting to be fully present during my travels. The first week in Brazil was amazing. I started in Rio, then made my way to smaller towns along the coast. By the second week, I was staying at this tiny hostel in Paraty, a beautiful colonial town about 4 hours from Rio. The hostel was nothing fancy, just a small place with 6 beds in my room, run by this older Brazilian couple who barely spoke English. But it had this amazing garden where hummingbirds would fly around while we had breakfast. On my 3rd night there, I went to bed early. I'd spent the day hiking and was exhausted. I fell asleep almost instantly. Then the dream started. I was back in Montreal, at my mum's house in NDG where I grew up. It was twilight, that weird time when everything looks bluish and shadows get longer. I was walking down the driveway toward my mum's car, an old silver Honda Civic. Something pulled me toward it, like when you know you've forgotten something but can't remember what. The car was parked facing away from the house, which was strange because my mum always backs into the driveway. As I got closer, I could see a small shape in the back seat. My heart started beating faster as I approached. It wasn't scary yet, just odd, like when something feels off, but you can't pinpoint why. I reached for the back door handle. The metal felt ice cold against my palm, despite it being summer in the dream. When I pulled the door open, there she was, Sophie Belanger, sitting perfectly still in her school uniform. The same girl from all those missing posters, except she looked different, paler. Her hair was slightly wet, clinging to her face in places. "Sophie?" I said in the dream. "You're the missing girl. We need to call for help. Everyone's looking for you." She turned to look at me, and her expression made my blood freeze. Her face was calm, too calm, but her eyes looked ancient somehow. "There's no need for help anymore," she said, her voice flat and adult-like. "They found me." Then her face began to change. It's hard to describe exactly what happened, but it was like watching a time-lapse of decay. Her skin started sinking into her cheekbones. Her eyes darkened and receded. Her lips pulled back. She wasn't decomposing exactly. It was more like she was aging decades in seconds, but in all the wrong ways. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. I tried to back away but my feet wouldn't move. She reached out a hand toward me, and I noticed her fingernails had a bluish tint. That's when I finally woke up, gasping for air like I'd been underwater. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My tank top was soaked with sweat despite the room being cool from the air conditioning. I checked the time, 3:17 a.m. The other travelers in my room were still sleeping peacefully. I sat up, trying to calm myself down. Just a nightmare, I kept telling myself. Just a really vivid, fucked-up nightmare. But I couldn't shake the image of Sophie's face as it changed, or the coldness of her voice. It felt so real, like she was actually there with me. After about 20 minutes of sitting in the dark, feeling my heartbeat slowly return to normal, I decided there was no way I was going back to sleep. The hostel had Wi-Fi, but it only worked well in the common area. So I grabbed my phone, pulled on some shorts, and quietly made my way downstairs. The common room was empty, just a couple of couches and a small kitchenette lit by a single lamp someone had left on. I sat down, connected to the Wi-Fi, and decided to check Facebook. Something mindless to distract me from the dream. I hadn't logged on in over a week. As soon as I opened the app, my feed loaded. And there it was, the very first post from a Montreal news page I followed. They'd found Sophie Belanger's body earlier that night in a wooded area near a parking lot in Laval. The post was time-stamped just 4 hours earlier. I dropped my phone like it had burned me. The timing couldn't be a coincidence, could it? I was thousands of miles away, hadn't checked any news from home in over a week, had no way of knowing they'd found her body. Yet somehow, the same night they discovered her remains, I dreamed of her telling me they found me. I picked up my phone with shaking hands and kept reading. The article didn't give many details out of respect for the family, just that her body had been found and that police were investigating. The comments were full of heartbreak and anger, people demanding justice, others sending prayers to her family. I scrolled through more posts, looking for anything else about Sophie. According to a local news site, her body had been discovered around 9 p.m. Montreal time, which would have been around 10 p.m. in Brazil. My dream happened hours after they found her. There's no way I could have known. I sat in that hostel common room until sunrise, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I somehow psychically connected with this girl I'd never met? Was it just a terrible coincidence? Had my subconscious pieced together some detail I'd seen before leaving that led me to dream about her being found? The next morning, I could barely function. The other travelers noticed and asked if I was okay. I just mumbled something about not sleeping well. How could I possibly explain what had happened? They'd think I was crazy. Over the next few days, more details emerged online. Sophie had been missing for almost 2 months by then. They didn't release the cause of death, but comments suggested she'd been found near water, which might explain why her hair was wet in my dream. The rest of my trip passed in a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about that dream, about Sophie's voice telling me, "There's no need for help anymore." about her face changing in that horrible way. I found myself avoiding sleep, staying up late at hostels talking to other travelers, just so I wouldn't have to close my eyes and risk seeing her again. When I finally returned to Montreal 2 weeks later, the city was still processing what had happened. There were memorials for Sophie, discussions about child safety, renewed awareness about watching out for kids in the neighborhood. I drove past my mum's house one day and couldn't bring myself to look at her car in the driveway. It's been days since I got back, and I still can't explain what happened that night in Brazil. I've always been skeptical about psychic connections or premonitions or whatever you want to call this. I'm not religious or particularly spiritual. I've never had anything like this happen before or since. The logical part of my brain says it was just a weird coincidence, that I'd seen so many posts about her before my trip, that my subconscious created this scenario. But how do I explain the timing? How do I explain dreaming about her being found the exact same night it actually happened, when I was completely disconnected from Montreal news? Sometimes I wonder if Sophie somehow reached out, if she needed someone to know she'd been found. Or maybe I just happened to be receptive to whatever energy or connection exists between people in moments of tragedy. I don't know. I really don't know. What I do know is that I can't look at missing persons posts the same way anymore. I can't casually scroll past them thinking, how sad, before continuing with my day. Each one is a real person with connections that extend beyond what we understand. I haven't told many people about this. My closest friend thinks I'm reading too much into a dream. My mom got really freaked out when I started to tell her and asked me to stop. So I'm sharing it here, anonymously, hoping someone might have experienced something similar or might have some insight into what happened. Sometimes I still wake up at 3:17 a.m., my heart racing, thinking I hear a child's voice saying, "They found me," and I wonder if somewhere, somehow, Sophie knows that someone was with her that night, even if only in a dream. Apiti. Story 7. Adi, I've never really talked about this before. It's been almost 2 years now, but I still get chills thinking about it. I'm not into psychics or paranormal stuff. Honestly, I used to roll my eyes at people who claimed to have premonitions. But after what happened with Bella, I don't know what to believe anymore. It was early October, one of those perfect fall afternoons where the air feels crisp, but the sun is still warm enough to sit outside comfortably. Nathan, my boyfriend of 3 years at the time, had gone to help his dad install some shelving at his new office. I decided to stay behind at his place and grade some papers. I'm an elementary school teacher. On the back porch, since it was so nice out. Nathan's backyard isn't anything special, just a modest suburban lawn with a wooden fence and a porch swing that creaks too much. But it was peaceful. I remember I had my coffee in my favorite travel mug, papers stacked beside me, and was gently pushing myself back and forth on that old swing while marking spelling tests. Bella, Nathan's black lab, was doing her usual thing, sniffing around the yard, occasionally chasing a squirrel that dared to venture onto her territory. She was only 4 years old, full of energy and always happy. That dog literally smiled when she saw you. Nathan had rescued her as a puppy, and they were inseparable. I loved her too, though she was definitely his dog, always following him around, sleeping by his side of the bed. I was halfway through my grading when I noticed Bella had stopped running around. She was standing about 10 feet away, just watching me. At first, I didn't think much of it. I called out, "Hey girl, what you doing?" in that silly voice we all use with dogs. But she didn't come bounding over like usual. Instead, she slowly walked toward me, her head slightly lowered, eyes never leaving mine. There was something about her approach that made my skin prickle. It wasn't her normal playful trot. It was deliberate, careful, almost like she was approaching something fragile. When she reached me, she sat directly in front of my legs, forcing me to stop swinging. Then she looked up at me with these eyes that God, I still can't explain it properly. They weren't just dog eyes anymore. It was like something else was looking out through them. In that moment, this overwhelming feeling crashed over me. It wasn't a voice or a vision, just this absolute certainty. Bella was going to die. And soon. Not someday in the distant future, but immediately, like within hours. My stomach dropped, and I actually gasped out loud. The knowledge was so sudden and so complete that I couldn't question it. Bella kept staring at me, and I swear she knew I understood. She looked scared and confused, like she was asking me what was happening to her. I slid off the swing onto my knees in front of her. The papers scattered everywhere, but I didn't care. I put my arms around her neck and just held her. She leaned into me, which was unusual. Bella wasn't typically a cuddly dog with anyone but Nathan. "It's okay, sweet girl," I whispered, stroking her ears the way she liked. My eyes were filling with tears, but I tried to keep my voice steady. "You're such a good dog. Such a good girl." I kept petting her, running my hands through her soft fur. "Everyone loves you so much. Nathan loves you. I love you." She let out this soft whine that broke my heart. I told her not to be afraid, that whatever was coming wouldn't hurt for long. I promised her she would be okay, that she would always be loved and remembered. I don't know if dogs understand words exactly, but they understand tone and emotion, and I poured every ounce of comfort I could into my voice. We sat like that for maybe 5 minutes. Her breathing seemed to calm down, and eventually she gave my hand a little lick, stood up and wandered back into the yard. She looked back at me once, and then went to lie down under the maple tree in the corner, her favorite spot. I sat there on the ground, surrounded by scattered spelling tests, feeling completely rattled. What had just happened? I don't have these kinds of feelings normally. I'm not psychic, I'm not even particularly intuitive, but the certainty of what I'd felt was undeniable. Should I tell Nathan? What would I even say? "Hey, your dog just told me she's about to die." He'd think I was insane. And what if I was wrong? Maybe I was just being weird and dramatic. When Nathan got home around 6 p.m., Bella greeted him like usual, tail wagging, jumping up for pets. She seemed normal, which made my earlier feelings seem even more ridiculous, but I couldn't shake that certainty. "Hey," I said casually while we were making dinner, "you should give Bella some extra love tonight. Maybe let her sleep on the bed." He looked at me curiously. "She always sleeps on the bed. Why?" I shrugged. "I don't know. She just seemed extra sweet today. Like she needs some extra attention." Nathan laughed. "You're such a softie. But sure, I'll give the princess some special treatment." That night, I watched as Nathan played tug-of-war with Bella in the living room, gave her extra treats, and let her lick his plate after dinner, something he normally didn't allow. I took a few photos of them together, feeling a knot in my stomach the whole time. Was I crazy? Was this all in my head? I stayed over that night. Bella jumped up on the bed as usual, but instead of curling up by Nathan's feet, she wedged herself between us. Nathan fell asleep quickly, but I stayed awake, my hand resting on Bella's side, feeling her breathe. She seemed so healthy, so normal. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. The next morning was a Thursday. I had to be at school early for a staff meeting, so I left around 6:30 a.m. Nathan and Bella were still asleep when I kissed them both goodbye. As I was walking out, I paused at the bedroom door and looked back at them. Nathan's arm flung over his face, Bella's head resting on his leg. It was such a peaceful scene that I almost convinced myself my premonition had been nothing but a strange emotional blip. I was in the middle of teaching my third graders about fractions when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I ignored it. I never check my phone during class. But then it buzzed again and again. When the kids were working independently, I glanced at it. 3 missed calls from Nathan and a text that just said, "Please call me. Emergency." My heart dropped. I asked the teaching assistant to watch my class and stepped into the hallway to call him back. He answered on the first ring. He was crying so hard I could barely understand him. "Nathan, what's wrong? What happened?" Bella," he choked out. "She's gone." The hallway seemed to tilt around me. "What? How?" "Mom came over to drop off that tool Dad borrowed. She didn't see Bella in the driveway when she was backing out." His voice broke completely. "The vet said there was too much internal damage. They had to put her down." I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Kids laughed somewhere down the hall, but all I could hear was Nathan's ragged breathing and the echo of Bella's whine from yesterday. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. "I'm coming right now." When I got to Nathan's house, his mom's car was still in the driveway, with a small dark stain on the pavement behind it that I couldn't look at directly. Inside, Nathan was sitting on the couch, holding Bella's collar, his mom beside him with her arm around his shoulders. Her face was streaked with tears, too. She kept saying, "I didn't see her. I swear I didn't see her," over and over. Nathan looked up when I came in. His eyes were red and swollen. "She never goes behind cars," he said numbly. "She knows better. She always stays on the grass or the porch. I don't understand why she was there." I sat next to him and put my hand over his. The collar in his hand still had some of Bella's black fur caught in the buckle. "The vet said it was quick," his mom said, though I could tell she was saying it more to comfort herself than anything. "They gave her something for the pain right away." Nathan nodded mechanically. "She was acting weird this morning after you left. Didn't want to go out for her walk. Kept looking at the door." A chill went through me. I wanted to tell him about yesterday, about the moment on the porch swing, but what good would it do now? It wouldn't bring Bella back. It would just sound crazy, maybe even cruel, like I knew and didn't warn him. So I just held him while he cried and helped him dig a spot under the maple tree in the backyard. We buried her collar there since they kept her body for cremation. Nathan's dad came over and made a small wooden marker with her name on it. It's been almost 2 years now, and Nathan eventually got another dog, a golden retriever puppy named Cooper, who's nothing like Bella but wonderful in his own way. We never really talk about that day anymore. The weird thing is, it wasn't the first time something like this has happened to me. When I was 12, I had a similar feeling about my grandfather. I remember sitting beside him at a family dinner and suddenly knowing he was going to die. I even asked my mom if Grandpa was sick. She said no, of course not, he was fine. He had a stroke 3 days later, and last year there was this older student teacher in my school. We weren't close, I barely knew her, but one day in the staff room, she handed me a coffee, and our fingers touched. That same certainty washed over me. I actually dropped the cup. She died in a car accident that weekend. I don't know what this is or why it happens to me. It's not consistent. I don't get feelings about everyone who's going to die. And I never know details, just the certainty that it's coming soon. The Bella incident was different, though. It wasn't just a feeling I had. It was like she came to me specifically, like she knew somehow that I would understand. That connection, that deliberate communication from her, was what really shook me. Sometimes I wonder if I'm supposed to do something with this ability, curse, warning system. But what? I can't go around telling people they're about to die, especially when I have no proof. Who would believe me? And even if they did, what could they do about it? So I keep it to myself. I've never told Nathan about that moment with Bella. I've never told anyone until now. But I think about it all the time. I think about her eyes looking into mine, asking for comfort in her final hours. At least I could give her that. At least she didn't have to face it alone and confused. I just wish I understood why this happens to me and what I'm supposed to do with it. Because living with this knowledge and not being able to prevent what's coming, it's the most helpless feeling in the world. Story 8. I'm not sure why I'm finally writing this down after all these years. Maybe it's because I turned 23 last week and realized I've been carrying this around for most of my life. Or maybe it's because I saw another premonition come true yesterday and I just need to tell someone who might understand. Whatever the reason, I need to get this off my chest. Growing up in Boca Raton was hell for me. I didn't know I had Asperger's back then. Nobody did. All I knew was that I couldn't connect with other kids the way they connected with each other. Everything was too loud, too bright, too overwhelming. I couldn't sit still in class. I talked about weird stuff nobody cared about. I didn't understand jokes or sarcasm. And kids can smell difference like sharks smell blood. The bullying started in kindergarten. By first grade, it was relentless. Even some teachers seemed annoyed by me. I could see it in their faces when I'd interrupt with questions or rock in my chair. One teacher actually told my mum I was disruptive by nature. During a parent-teacher conference, I heard it through the door while pretending to play with toys in the hallway. I was completely alone until that day in first grade. It was during recess, and I was doing what I always did, walking the perimeter of the playground, counting my steps, staying away from the chaos of the other kids. These fifth-grade boys spotted me and decided it would be funny to play Tommy Ball. That's what they called it when they'd push me around between them like a human pinball. I remember hitting the ground hard. My glasses flew off, and everything went blurry, then black. What happened next changed my life forever. While I was blacked out, I saw something so vivid it felt more real than reality. I was somewhere else, somewhere with water and sunshine. I could smell salt in the air. There was a boy, maybe a few years older than me, riding a jet ski. He was having the time of his life, laughing, the wind pushing his dark hair back. I could see every detail, his blue life vest, his red swimsuit, even the little silver necklace bouncing against his chest. Then everything slowed down. A boat appeared from around a bend. The boy on the jet ski panicked and made a sharp turn to avoid collision. The jet ski went one way and he went another, flying through the air in slow motion. I watched, unable to do anything, as his body twisted and his head slammed into the corner of a wooden pier. I heard the snap. I knew he was gone instantly. The vision was so detailed, so specific. I felt like I was floating above it all, watching it happen. Then I was back on the playground, looking up at the sky, disoriented. Someone was leaning over me, asking if I was okay. When my vision cleared, I saw him, the exact same boy from my vision, but alive and well, same dark hair, same eyes, same little silver necklace with a shark tooth pendant. "You okay?" "Those guys are jerks," he said, helping me up and handing me my glasses. "I'm AJ." My heart was pounding. How could this be the same boy I just watched die? Without thinking, I blurted out, "Do you want to be my friend?" I'd never asked anyone that before. I expected him to laugh at me like everyone else did. Instead, he shrugged and said, "Sure." Just like that, I had a friend, my first and only friend. AJ was a year older, but in the same grade. He'd been held back in kindergarten at his old school. He was everything I wasn't, confident, athletic, popular, but for some reason he chose to hang out with me. When kids started to pick on me, he'd step in. "Leave him alone," he'd say, and they would, because even though AJ was small for his age, there was something about him that commanded respect. We became inseparable. He'd come to my house and we'd build epic Lego cities or play video games for hours. His mom would drive me to his house, where we'd swim in his pool or ride bikes around his neighborhood. He never complained when I needed to take breaks because things got too overwhelming. He never made fun of me when I got super focused on something random, like collecting bottle caps or memorizing state capitals. He just accepted me. For the first time in my life, I wasn't alone. Years passed. Second grade came and went. By third grade, we had our routines. AJ would meet me at my bus in the morning. We'd eat lunch together, and we'd hang out at least 3 days a week after school. His mom even packed an extra snack for me because she knew I only liked certain foods. After winter break of third grade, AJ came back to school buzzing with excitement. His parents were taking him to the Florida Keys for his birthday. His uncle had a boat and jet skis, and they were going to spend a week there. He couldn't stop talking about it. "When I get back, I'm having a party," he told me during lunch. "You're coming, right?" A party invitation. No one had ever invited me to a birthday party before. I remember the warm feeling that spread through my chest. "Yeah, I'll come." "Cool," he said, taking a bite of his sandwich. "It's going to be awesome." That was the last conversation we ever had. AJ didn't come back to school after his trip. The first day, I thought maybe his family extended their vacation. By the end of the week, I was worried. I asked my teacher where AJ was, but she just gave me a strange look and said he wasn't in school. I called his house, but no one answered. A week turned into 2, then a month. AJ was just gone. No one would tell me anything. The other kids avoided talking about him when I was around. Eventually, my parents moved me to a different elementary school because I started having major meltdowns every day, screaming that I needed to find AJ. Then one day, about 3 months after AJ disappeared, a letter came to our house. I saw my mum open it at the kitchen table. Her hand went to her mouth and she started crying. She didn't know I was watching from the hallway. That night, I heard my parents talking in low voices. "We need to tell Tommy," my dad said. "He deserves to know what happened to his friend." "He's too young," my mom argued. "He won't understand. It'll traumatize him." "He's already traumatized. He needs closure." They decided to wait until the weekend to tell me, to give me time to process it, but I couldn't wait. After they went to bed, I snuck downstairs and found the letter on my mom's desk. It was from AJ's parents. The handwriting was shaky, like someone had been crying while writing it. I had to sound out some of the words, but I understood enough. AJ had died during their trip to the Keys. He'd been riding a jet ski with his uncle watching from nearby. A boat came around a bend too fast. AJ turned sharply to avoid it and was thrown off. He hit his head on the corner of a pier and broke his neck. He died instantly, just like in my vision, every single detail exactly as I'd seen it years before, while blacked out on the playground. I dropped the letter and ran to the bathroom, throwing up until there was nothing left. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The only person who'd ever accepted me was gone, and I'd seen it happen years before it actually did. I could have warned him. I could have saved him. But what kind of 6-year-old understands what a premonition is? What kind of 6-year-old would be believed? I didn't cry when my parents officially told me that weekend. I just nodded and went to my room. I already knew. I'd always known, somewhere deep inside. That's why I'd asked AJ to be my friend the moment I saw him, because somehow I knew our time would be limited. After AJ died, I shut down. I didn't try to make friends for the next 4 years. What was the point? The one person who mattered was gone, and it was partly my fault for not somehow preventing it. I threw myself into books and computers, things that couldn't die, things that couldn't leave me. The worst part is, it wasn't the only premonition I've ever had, just the most detailed and clear. There have been others throughout my life, small things usually. I knew my grandmother would fall and break her hip 3 days before it happened. I drew a picture of our neighbor's house on fire the morning before an electrical short caused exactly that. I woke up screaming the night a friend from high school crashed his car, even though I was 200 miles away at college. They come randomly, without warning, sometimes in dreams, sometimes in flashes when I'm wide awake. It's not like in movies where the psychic gets headaches or nosebleeds. For me, it's more like temporarily stepping into someone else's reality, witnessing something, and then being yanked back to my own life with the burden of that knowledge. I've made peace with AJ's death as much as anyone can. I understand now that my 6-year-old self couldn't have comprehended what I saw or found a way to prevent it. The universe doesn't work that way. Some things are just fixed points, meant to happen. but I still think about him every day. I wonder what kind of teenager he would have become. What kind of man? Would we still be friends? Would he have helped me navigate high school, which was its own special kind of hell for someone with undiagnosed Asperger's? I got formally diagnosed when I was 15, by the way. It explained so much, but changed so little. Labels don't fix anything, they just give you a name for your differences. Yesterday, I was in line at a coffee shop when a woman walked in. I'd never seen her before, but the moment our eyes met, I had a flash. Her in a hospital bed, pale and weak but smiling, holding a newborn baby. The vision lasted maybe 2 seconds, but it was enough. I felt the familiar weight of knowledge I shouldn't have, couldn't have. She caught me staring and gave me an uncomfortable smile before getting in line behind me. I wanted to turn around and tell her congratulations, that despite whatever medical complications were coming, she and her baby would be okay in the end. But I didn't. I've learned that lesson. People don't want to know what's coming, especially from a stranger who couldn't possibly know. So I just ordered my coffee and left, carrying one more secret, one more glimpse of a future that isn't mine to share. I sometimes wonder if AJ was sent into my life for a reason. If maybe he was meant to teach me that it's okay to connect with people, even if you know you might lose them. That friendship, however brief, is worth the pain that follows loss. Other times, I wonder if my premonitions are some kind of cosmic joke, giving me glimpses of futures I can never change, making me witness to tragedies I can never prevent. I don't know why I'm writing all this down now. Maybe because keeping secrets gets heavier as you get older. Maybe because I'm tired of being the only one who knows what I can do. Or maybe because part of me hopes that somewhere out there, someone else understands what it's like to see things you shouldn't be able to see, to know things you have no right to know. Whatever the reason, it feels good to finally tell AJ's story, our story, to acknowledge that for a brief, beautiful time, I wasn't alone, and to admit that sometimes I think I see him out of the corner of my eye, just for a split second, with his messy dark hair and shark-tooth necklace, telling me it's okay to make new friends, that it wasn't my fault, but then I blink, and he's gone. Just like that day on the jet ski, when the world lost a light it didn't know it needed, and I lost the only person who ever really saw me. Story 9. I've always been different. Not in the way kids say they're special or unique. I mean genuinely, frighteningly different. It started when I was really little, maybe 2 or 3. My mum says that's when the nightmares began. I'd wake up screaming, soaked in sweat, my little hands gripping the sheets, the same dream over and over, water everywhere, houses underwater, people screaming, wind so loud it hurt my ears even in the dream. After these nightmares I'd need to draw, not want to, need to, like something inside me was bursting to get out. My parents bought me those big packs of crayons and reams of paper. I wasn't particularly skilled, what toddler is, but I was obsessive. I'd draw the same scene repeatedly, swirling grey clouds, blue water rising up buildings, people on rooftops. Sometimes I'd draw what looked like giant snakes cutting through the city, my child's way of depicting tornadoes, I guess. My mum kept these drawings. She thought they were just a phase, like my dinosaur obsession that came later. But my grandmother, Nana, she looked at them differently. She practiced Taoism and believed in the connectedness of all things. Marcus sees things, she'd say to my mum when they thought I couldn't hear. The veil is thin for him. Growing up in New Orleans in the 90s was generally awesome. Our house in the lower 9th Ward wasn't fancy, but it was home. Dad worked at the port, Mum was a nurse. Nana lived with us after Grandpa died. We didn't have much money, but we had music and food and family gatherings that lasted all day. Normal stuff, except for the dreams and the drawings. They continued until I was about 7, then suddenly stopped. I remember the last one, I drew a calendar with the numbers 2005 on it, with water all around it. Then I just stopped. The nightmares faded. I grew interested in normal kid stuff, video games, basketball, trying to figure out algebra. My mum stored all those drawings in a big plastic container in our attic. Life moved on until August 2005. I was 17 then. Hurricane Katrina was coming, but we'd seen hurricanes before. Dad wanted to stay, ride it out like we always did. Mom was nervous but trusted him. Nana was the only one who insisted we leave. The night before landfall, she came to my room, her eyes wide and serious. "Marcus," she said, "remember your drawings." I barely did. It had been 10 years. "We need to go," she said. "Now." Something in her voice scared me. We threw some clothes and photos in the car and left that night, heading to my aunt's place in Houston. Dad was pissed, thought we were overreacting. I remember watching the news in my aunt's living room when the levees broke. The footage looked exactly like my childhood drawings. Houses underwater, people stranded on rooftops. The wind and rain creating those snake-like tornado patterns over the city. I threw up right there on my aunt's carpet. It wasn't just similar to my drawings, it was identical, down to the way the water curved around certain buildings. How was that possible? How could toddler me have seen this so clearly? We lost everything. Our house was completely destroyed. All those drawings, my weird childhood premonitions, washed away with everything else we owned. The plastic container with a decade of my nightmares was probably somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico now. When we returned to see what was left, Nana held my hand tightly as we stood in front of the empty lot where our house had been. "You were meant to save us," she whispered. "That's why you were given the sight." I wanted to believe her, that there was some purpose to whatever weirdness lived inside me. But all I felt was sick. If I could see the future, why couldn't I have been clearer? Why couldn't I have convinced everyone to leave sooner? Why couldn't I have saved our neighbors who drowned? We rebuilt our lives slowly. Insurance money and FEMA assistance eventually helped us get a small house in a different neighborhood. I graduated high school, got a scholarship to LSU. The hurricane dreams never came back. I started to think maybe Nana was wrong. Maybe it was just a weird coincidence. Sometimes kids draw floods and storms. New Orleans is below sea level. Maybe it was just logical prediction, not supernatural foresight. I convinced myself of this for years, until Paris. It was November 2015. I was 27, working as a graphic designer in Baton Rouge. The week before the attacks, the dream started again, different this time. I was in a crowded room, a theater or concert hall. People all around me, music playing, then gunshots, screaming, blood everywhere. In the dream, I'd look down and see blood spreading across my shirt. Every night, the same dream, the same room, the same terror. I told no one. What would I say? "Hey, I'm having murder dreams again?" After Katrina, I'd briefly told a college girlfriend about my childhood drawings. She thought I was making it up for attention. I never mentioned it to anyone again. The night of November 13th, I was at a friend's house watching football when breaking news interrupted the game. Terrorist attacks in Paris. Multiple locations hit. As footage emerged from the Bataclan theater, my entire body went cold. I recognized everything. The layout, the stage, even the exit signs. It was the room from my dreams. I excused myself and locked myself in my friend's bathroom. I sat on the floor, shaking uncontrollably, trying not to scream. How was this possible? I'd never been to Paris, never seen the Bataclan before. Yet I knew exactly what it looked like inside. I knew where the gunman had entered. I knew the blind panic of the crowd. That night I called Nana. She was 86 then and not in great health, but her mind was still sharp. "It's happening again," was all I said when she answered. "I know," she replied, though I hadn't told her anything. "I felt your disturbance." I drove to New Orleans the next day and told her everything. about the Paris dreams, about recognizing the Bataclan. She listened silently, nodding occasionally, holding my hand in her papery-skinned one. "You walk between worlds, Marcus," she said when I finished. "Your spirit can see what hasn't happened yet. It's a gift and a burden." "But why?" I asked. "What's the point if I can't stop these things?" She squeezed my hand. "Sometimes knowing is enough. Sometimes the warning is the gift." I stayed with her that weekend, sleeping in my old room. For the first time in my adult life, I bought a sketch pad and some pencils. I drew the Bataclan as I'd seen it in my dreams. Drawing felt both terrifying and relieving, like lancing a wound. Nana watched me silently from her rocking chair. After Paris, I started keeping a dream journal. Most nights were normal dream nonsense. Flying, being late for an exam I graduated years ago, teeth falling out. But occasionally, I'd have one of those dreams, the ones that felt different, heavier, more real. I'd draw whatever I saw, then wait, watching the news with dread. Sometimes they came true in small ways. I dreamed of a bridge collapse 3 days before a pedestrian bridge fell in Florida. I dreamed of a massive fire the week before the Notre Dame Cathedral burned. Nothing I could have prevented, even if I'd known for certain they were predictions. Just glimpses into a future I couldn't change. Then, in late 2016, I had the dream about Nana. She'd been diagnosed with congestive heart failure earlier that year. She was living with my parents again, mostly bedridden. In my dream, I was sitting by her bed, watching her sleep. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, looked directly at me and stood up, something she couldn't physically do anymore. "I have to go now," she said, walking toward her bedroom door. "You can't," I told her. "You're too sick to leave." She turned to me with a strange smile. "He's the sick one," she said, pointing behind me. I turned and saw my dad asleep in a chair in the corner of the room. When I looked back at Nana, she was right in front of me, looking younger somehow. "You'll be okay, Marcus," she said. "You'll learn to live with what you see. It's not a curse. It's just another way of seeing time." She told me she loved me, reminded me of a childhood trip we'd taken to the bayou where she'd taught me to fish, then walked through a white door that hadn't been there before. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. My phone was ringing. It was my mum, telling me Nana had just passed away. I drove to New Orleans in a daze. When I arrived at my parents' house, my dad looked terrible, pale and exhausted. 2 weeks later, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. "He's the sick one," Nana had said in my dream. At her memorial service, I didn't tell anyone about my dream. What good would it do? But as we scattered her ashes in the bayou where she'd taught me to fish, I felt her presence so strongly it nearly knocked me over. That night, I dreamed of her again. We were sitting in her rocking chair together, somehow fitting despite my adult size. "Time isn't a line, Marcus," she said. "It's a web. You can see across the strands sometimes, that's all." I woke up crying, but strangely peaceful. It's been years now. Dad died 6 months after his diagnosis. Mom moved to be closer to my sister in Texas. I still have the dreams sometimes, still keep my journals and sketchbooks. I've learned to live with them, just as Nana said I would. I don't know why I can see these things. I don't know if it's some quantum physics thing where time isn't linear, or if it's spiritual like Nana believed, or if I'm just mentally ill with a streak of coincidences that reinforce my delusions. I've considered all these explanations. What I do know is that before Hurricane Ida hit in 2021, I dreamed of it a month in advance. I convinced Mom to temporarily move in with my sister. I boarded up my own apartment properly. I warned friends. Small things, but they helped. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if I went public. Man predicts disasters through dreams. I'd either be dismissed as a lunatic or, worse, believed and expected to prevent tragedies I merely witness but can't change. So I keep quiet. I draw what I see. I prepare when I can. I warn those close to me in vague enough terms that they don't think I'm completely crazy. And sometimes in my normal dreams, Nana visits me. She sits in her rocking chair and tells me stories about the connectedness of all things, about how time folds in on itself sometimes, about how seeing across those folds isn't a burden but a strange kind of blessing. I still don't know if I believe her, but last week I dreamed of something new, something I don't understand yet. I've filled 12 pages with drawings already. I'm watching the news closely, waiting, preparing, wondering if this time knowing will be enough. Story 10. Nijumam News D. I've never told anyone about this. Maybe I wasn't ready. Maybe I was afraid people would think I'd lost my mind. But it's been almost 3 years now, and I still can't shake what happened, so I'm going to try to write it out. In late summer 2019, I visited my girlfriend Elena in Halifax. We'd been doing the long-distance thing for almost a year. I'm from Boston, she's Portuguese, but was studying at Dalhousie. I was staying with my college buddy Mike and his roommate Hannah, this artsy type, who was into all kinds of spiritual stuff. The night I arrived, we were drinking wine on their balcony. Hannah started telling us about this psychic she'd visited. I remember rolling my eyes a bit, but trying not to be a jerk about it. She talked about how accurate the reading was, then said something that stuck with me. The only thing I wouldn't want to know is if a relationship wasn't meant to last. That would be too painful to hear. Then, completely out of nowhere, she mentioned how dragonflies were spiritual messengers. I didn't think much of it at the time. The next morning, Elena showed up to get me for breakfast. Hannah, who'd barely met Elena, suddenly suggested we visit her friend Julie, who she described as a spirit guide who did readings from her home. Elena seemed intrigued, but I was skeptical. Still, I figured it might be a funny story later, so I agreed. Julie's house was this small bungalow on a quiet street. Nothing mystical about it, just a normal house with a garden that needed some work. She answered the door, wearing jeans and a t-shirt, maybe in her late 50s with short grey hair. Not what I expected at all. She led us into a small kitchen with faded yellow walls and gestured for us to sit at a wooden table. No crystal ball, no tarot cards. Just 3 mugs of tea she'd prepared. I remember the kitchen smelled like cinnamon and something else I couldn't place. Her cat watched us from the windowsill. Julie didn't ask for our names or anything about us. Hannah had just texted her that she was bringing friends. She sat down, took a sip of tea, then looked directly at me and started talking. What happened next still gives me goosebumps. "You're protected by 4 spirits," she said. "2 of them you don't even know are gone yet." I felt the hair on my arm stand up. My grandfather died when I was 4. I barely remember him, but my mom always said he watched over me. And my gaming buddy Scott had died in a car crash 2 years earlier. She continued, without pausing. "There's going to be a change in transportation. Plans will fall through, but you'll get where you need to go." Then came the part that really shook me. "Something happened in Syria," she said, glancing briefly at Elena. "Something painful that's not being talked about." Elena's face went completely white. She gripped my hand under the table so hard her nails dug into my skin. I had no idea what Julie was referring to. Julie moved on quickly. "You've lost something recently," she said to Elena. "A necklace. It was from someone important to you. Your uncle." Elena had been tearing her apartment apart for weeks, looking for a necklace her uncle had given her before she left Portugal. I didn't even know it was from her uncle. Then Julie looked back at me. "Your friend, the one who's gone. You called each other comrade." I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. Scott and I used to call each other comrade in our gaming group. It was an inside joke from years ago that I'd completely forgotten until that moment. "You'll have financial security," she continued, "even when things seem uncertain. There's an opportunity coming in spring that won't be what it seems. It's okay to say no." The whole reading lasted maybe 15 minutes. Before we left, Julie paused and looked at both of us. "You have a question about your relationship," she said. Then she stopped and shook her head slightly. "That's all I'm given to share today." I remember Hannah's words from the night before about not wanting to know if a relationship wouldn't last. We left Julie's house in silence. Elena was visibly shaken. Later that night, she finally told me what had happened in Syria. Her brother was in the Portuguese Air Force. His plane had been shot down over Syria the previous year, and he'd been captured and beheaded by ISIS. Her family had kept it quiet. They told everyone he died in a training accident. Even I didn't know the truth until that moment. The next day, the rental car agency called. They'd overbooked and had no car for us despite our reservation. We ended up on a 25-hour bus journey with 3 different transfers to get to where we planned to go. A change in transportation, just like Julie had said. In May 2020, I was offered a job with an international consulting firm. Great salary, tons of travel. I turned it down because something about it didn't feel right. 3 weeks later, COVID hit, and the company laid off their entire new hire class. Those who'd accepted were left unemployed while I kept my steady government position. Elena and I broke up in November 2020. It wasn't dramatic. We just realized the distance wasn't working, especially with pandemic travel restrictions. I still wonder if Julie knew. But the weirdest part came after all this. I started seeing dragonflies everywhere. I'd never paid attention to them before Hannah mentioned them that night, but suddenly they were all around me. One landed on my laptop while I was working from home. Another flew into my car and sat on the dashboard for my entire commute. I found a dead one on my windowsill 3 days in a row. Last summer, I was hiking alone when a massive dragonfly, bigger than any I'd seen before, hovered right in front of my face for nearly a minute. Its wings created this humming sound that seemed to resonate in my chest. I can't explain why, but in that moment, I felt Scott's presence so strongly, I called out his name. I've tried to rationalize what happened in Halifax. Maybe Julie was good at reading body language or making educated guesses. Maybe Hannah had told her about us beforehand. But there's no way she could have known about Eleanor's brother in Syria, or that Scott and I called each other comrade, or about the rental car falling through before it happened. I'm not religious or even particularly spiritual, but this experience shook my understanding of reality. How could Julie know these things? Was it just an incredible series of coincidences? And what about the dragonflies? Last week I received a job offer from a company in Portugal, not far from Elena's hometown. I haven't decided if I'll take it yet. But yesterday, as I was considering the offer on my balcony, a dragonfly landed on the railing beside me. It stayed there, wings occasionally twitching, until I went back inside. I still don't know what to believe about what happened in Halifax. All I know is that something beyond my understanding occurred in that yellow kitchen, and I haven't been able to see the world the same way since. There are moments when I wonder if our entire lives are already written, and we're just walking through pages we haven't read yet. Sometimes I think about contacting Julie again, but I'm afraid of what else she might tell me. Some questions are better left unanswered. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Sometimes I feel like I'm losing my mind, going over it again and again. How do you make sense of something that defies explanation? Story 11. I've been hesitating to write this down for months, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened to me in Merida. I moved to Merida from Mexico City 5 years ago with my husband Carlos to start a new chapter. The city was booming with expats and tourism, so we thought opening a franchise chicken restaurant would be perfect. We'd been saving for years, and the franchise seemed like a safe bet. Established brand, proven concept, good support system. Last year in March, we signed a lease for our first location in a mall on the north side of town. The process was smooth. Permits came through quickly, contractors showed up on time, and training went well. We opened in May 2023 and exceeded our projections right away. Everything was so perfect that we immediately started looking for a second location. That's where everything went wrong. The franchise rep suggested we look downtown. Centro is where the tourists are, he kept saying. I had reservations about Centro. The buildings are centuries old, the streets narrow, parking is non-existent. But Carlos fell in love with a vacant spot on Calle 60, right in the historic district. The previous tenant had been a boutique that closed during COVID. The building itself was probably 200 years old, with those thick limestone walls typical of colonial Merida. I remember walking in for the first viewing and immediately feeling heavy, like the air was pressing down on my shoulders. The realtor was chatting away about foot traffic and tourist demographics, but all I could focus on was this overwhelming sense of being unwelcome. I brushed it off as anxiety about taking on a second location so soon. Carlos didn't notice anything. He was excited about the character of the space, the original floor tiles, the high ceilings, the arched doorways. When I mentioned my uneasiness, he said I was just nervous about the higher rent. Maybe I should have listened to my gut. Maybe I should have walked away. But instead, I signed a 3-year lease in July 2023. The problem started immediately. The architect who'd helped with our first location suddenly became too busy after visiting the downtown space. 3 contractors came to give quotes, but only one returned our calls, and his estimate was double what we'd paid at the mall. The renovations that took 6 weeks at our first location stretched to 3 months downtown. Workers would simply not show up for days. Materials would mysteriously disappear overnight. One morning, we arrived to find all the newly installed electrical outlets had been ripped from the walls. The contractor blamed junkies breaking in, but nothing else was disturbed or stolen. The permits were another nightmare. Papers would get lost at City Hall. Inspectors would schedule visits and never appear. Our application for an alcohol license, which took 2 weeks at the mall location, was still pending after 4 months downtown. By November, we'd invested nearly twice our budget, and we still weren't open. Our savings were dwindling. Carlos and I were fighting constantly. He accused me of being negative about the downtown location. I blamed him for pushing us into it. Meanwhile, our mall restaurant continued to do well, which only made the contrast more frustrating. I started having trouble sleeping. At first, it was just stress-related insomnia, but then the dreams started. I'd see myself standing in the empty restaurant at night, but there'd be a hole in the floor. In the dream, I'd know there was something deep underneath the building, something old and angry that didn't want us there. We finally opened downtown in December, 6 months behind schedule and way over budget. From day one, it was a disaster. Food costs ran higher than at our other location, even though we used the same suppliers. Staff turnover was insane. People would work a shift or two and quit without explanation. Customers complained about cold food, wrong orders, long waits. The POS system crashed daily, despite being identical to our perfectly functioning system at the mall. By January, I was desperate. We were hemorrhaging money, and I couldn't understand why. One day, after another morning of equipment failures and staff no-shows, I broke down crying in the back office. That afternoon, purely by chance, I wandered into a small shop a few blocks from our restaurant. It sold candles, herbs, religious items, the kind of place tourists buy souvenirs from. The owner, an older woman named Doña Luz, took one look at me and said, "Ay, mija, something's eating your aura." I'm not usually into that stuff, but I was so worn down that I found myself telling her everything. She nodded knowingly and said, "This part of Centro sits on very old ground. Before the Spanish, before even the colonial buildings, there were sacred Maya structures here, and below that, there are passages." She gave me a small protection charm, a red string with 3 knots. and told me to visit her neighbor, Doña Elena, who speaks with angels. I was skeptical but desperate enough to try anything. Doña Elena lived in a tiny apartment above a tourist restaurant. Her place was full of religious imagery, Catholic saints mixed with what looked like indigenous figures. She sat me down, lit some copal incense, and asked me to close my eyes. What happened next is hard to explain. She never went into a trance or anything theatrical, just held my hands and spoke softly. She said the location of our restaurant wasn't free, that we needed to ask permission to use it. Permission from who? I asked. From those who've always been there, she replied. You've built on their threshold. She instructed me to go alone to the restaurant before sunrise, light a white candle, and sincerely ask for permission to conduct business there. I was to leave a small offering, honey, cornmeal, and clear alcohol, in a corner of the building. I felt ridiculous, but I did it. At 5 a.m. the next morning, I let myself into the dark restaurant. The silence was oppressive. I set up the candle and the offerings in the back corner near the storage room, and I spoke aloud, asking permission to use the space for our business, promising to be respectful. Nothing dramatic happened, but as I was locking up to leave, I heard what sounded like whispers from the storage room. I told myself it was just pipes or the old building settling. That night, I had the most vivid dream of my life. I was back in the restaurant, but the floor was gone. Instead, I could see stone tunnels stretching beneath the entire block. Not natural caves, but man-made passages with carvings on the walls. Figures moved in the shadows, guarding intersections where tunnels met. They weren't threatening me, but they weren't welcoming either. They were simply watching. I woke up drenched in sweat at 3:33 a.m. Carlos was still asleep. I could swear I heard faint whispers in our bedroom, the same as in the restaurant earlier. The next day, I went back to Doña Elena and told her about my dream. She wasn't surprised. She explained that much of colonial Mérida was built directly on top of Maya structures, with underground passages connecting important sites. Some of these, she said, were built not just for people to travel through, but as pathways for energies or spirits. She offered to cleanse the restaurant's energy, and at that point, I would have agreed to anything. We arranged for her to come after closing hours. That evening, Doña Elena arrived with a bag full of herbs, candles, and a spray bottle of something that smelled like flowers and alcohol. She walked through the entire space, spraying the mixture and mumbling prayers. When she reached the back storage room, she stopped. "This is the spot," she said quietly. "This is where they come up." She spent extra time in that corner, lighting a special candle and leaving a new offering. As she worked, the lights in the restaurant flickered, and the temperature seemed to drop noticeably. Carlos, who had insisted on being present despite his skepticism, even commented on the sudden cold. Before leaving, Doña Elena warned me that cleansing the space might stir things up temporarily. "They need to adjust to your presence," she explained. "They've been here for centuries. You just arrived." That night, strange things began happening. Not at the restaurant, but at our home, about 20 minutes north of downtown. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of movement in our living room. Carlos was asleep beside me. I got up to investigate, thinking one of our cats was knocking things over. In the dim light filtering through the curtains, I saw a dark figure move across the room toward our back door. It wasn't solid, more like a dense shadow, but it definitely had a humanoid shape. I froze, unable to scream or move. The figure paused at the door, seemed to turn toward me, although I couldn't make out any features, then simply faded away. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, lack of sleep, or stress. But the next night, Carlos saw it too. We were watching TV when he suddenly tensed up and pointed to the hallway leading to our guest bedroom. "There's someone there," he whispered. I turned just in time to see the same shadow figure slip into the guest room. Carlos grabbed a baseball bat and went to investigate, but the room was empty, windows locked. The activity escalated over the next few days. Items would disappear and reappear in strange places. We'd hear footsteps when we were both in the same room. All three of our cats started staring at empty corners, their backs arched and tails puffed. The protection charm Doña Luz had given me would vibrate in my pocket sometimes, especially when I was at the restaurant. Once, it actually snapped off my wrist as I was counting the register at closing time. The most disturbing incident happened about a week after Doña Elena's cleansing. I was watering plants on our patio when I noticed something strange among the potted succulents. At first, I thought it was a large insect, or maybe a small lizard. When I looked closer, I saw what appeared to be a tiny face made of twigs and leaves watching me. It wasn't crafted or placed there. It had formed itself from the available materials. When I reached toward it, the face disintegrated, the materials falling apart like regular plant debris. I called Doña Elena in a panic. She came to our house the next day to perform another cleansing. As she moved from room to room, spraying her mixture and burning sage, we experienced cold drafts, knocking sounds, and at one point, what looked like a shadow darting across the ceiling of our kitchen. "They've followed you home," she said gravely. "They're curious about you." "Who are they?" I asked. "Guardians," she replied, "from the old places underneath. You've disturbed something that's been quiet for a very long time." The cleansing seemed to calm things at our house, but the restaurant continued to fail spectacularly. Food would spoil overnight in properly functioning refrigerators. Equipment would break down, then work perfectly when repair people came, only to fail again once they left. We caught employees stealing, something that never happened at our mall location. By February, we couldn't take it anymore. We were losing about $5,000 a month downtown, while our mall location continued to be profitable. We made the difficult decision to close the Centro restaurant, even though it meant breaking our lease and losing our investment in renovations. The night after we made this decision, I had another disturbing dream. I was back in the tunnels beneath the restaurant, but this time I could see the entities more clearly. They had bodies that looked like black scribbles, constantly shifting and reforming, with eyes like tiny red flames. They weren't threatening me directly, but they were agitated, moving rapidly through the tunnels. In the dream, a woman approached me. Not one of the shadow entities, but what seemed like a regular person, though her features kept shifting. She was desperate, trying to communicate something. She kept drawing the same pattern in the dirt floor of the tunnel. 7 tube-like lines arranged in a specific configuration, almost like a musical notation I couldn't read. I woke up with a splitting headache at exactly 3:33 a.m. again. Carlos was awake too, sitting up in bed. "There's something in the house," he whispered. We spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and sound. The process of closing the restaurant brought new problems. Former employees threatened lawsuits. The landlord wanted to charge us penalties. Equipment buyers kept backing out at the last minute. At home, I started having recurring dreams about snakes emerging from our walls. Carlos developed a persistent cough that doctors couldn't explain. Most disturbing, we suddenly had mice in our house, dozens of them. Despite never having rodent problems before and living in a relatively new suburban development, it took until June to finally sell off all the equipment and terminate the lease. We decided to close our mall location too, even though it was profitable. I couldn't face anything related to that franchise anymore. Carlos found a job with a hotel chain, and I've been doing freelance marketing work. The strange occurrences have mostly stopped since we closed both restaurants, though occasionally I still wake up at 3:33 a.m. for no reason. Last month, Carlos found a small arrangement of sticks and leaves on our front doorstep, formed into what looked like the same pattern from my dream. I'm convinced that we unknowingly made some kind of deal with whatever exists in those ancient tunnels beneath Merida's historic district. Maybe by asking for permission, I opened a connection that wasn't there before. Or maybe it was always there, and I just became aware of it. Doña Elena told me something before we left Merida that still haunts me. When you encounter darkness, you can't fight it with more darkness. You can only reconnect with the light. I'm still trying to understand what happened. All I know is that I'll never again dismiss the feeling of being unwelcome in a space. Some places aren't meant for us, and some things are better left undisturbed. Story 12. I never believed in the paranormal until I moved to Westfield 4 years ago. My parents had finally saved enough for their dream home, one of those brand new constructions in a development that used to be nothing but rice fields. Everything smelled like fresh paint and new carpet. No one had ever lived there before us, which is why what happened makes absolutely no sense. The move was exciting for me because I was finally getting my own bedroom. My sister Emma and I had shared a room our entire lives, and at 15, I was beyond ready for privacy. My room was on the second floor at the end of the hallway, with windows that faced the backyard. Emma's room was across the hall. My parents' room was downstairs, a decision I'd later regret. The very first night in that house changed me forever. It was around 11 p.m. when I finally got into bed. The house was still filled with boxes, but my dad had made sure our beds were assembled first. I remember feeling so content in my new space. No more listening to Emma's music or having to keep the light off when she wanted to sleep. I was drifting off when I heard the first footstep on the stairs. At first I didn't think much of it, probably my mom or dad coming up to check on us. But something felt off immediately. The steps were heavy, really heavy. My dad's a big guy, but these footsteps were different, deliberate and slow. Step, pause, step, pause. Like whoever was coming up was taking their time or struggling with each step. I laid there listening, suddenly wide awake. I knew every family member's footsteps, my mum's quick patter, my dad's heavy but swift stride, Emma's habit of taking the stairs 2 at a time. This was none of them. The footsteps reached the top landing. Our hallway has this weird, creaky floorboard right at the top of the stairs that we all learned to avoid within days, but whatever was walking hit it dead on. Creak, then silence. My door was open. I always slept with it open back then because our old house would get stuffy. In the darkness, I could see a slice of the hallway through the doorway, dimly lit by the nightlight we'd plugged in for bathroom trips. The footsteps stopped right outside my room. I couldn't see anything in the hallway, just that slice of dim light, but I felt someone standing there. The air got heavy and cold, like when you open a freezer door and that rush of cold air hits your face. Except this wasn't refreshing, it was suffocating. I couldn't move, literally could not make my body move. I wanted to call out, to ask who was there, but my voice wouldn't work. I just laid there, staring at my doorway, feeling whatever it was staring back at me from the darkness. It must have been 5 minutes of this standoff, though it felt like hours. Then the presence shifted. That's the only way I can describe it. One moment it was in the hallway, and the next I felt it in my room, watching me from my closet. My closet door was partially open. I hadn't finished unpacking, so I just shoved boxes in there and left it. Now I was absolutely certain someone, something, was standing in that closet, looking at me through the crack in the door. I remember thinking, this isn't possible. We just moved in. No one has died here. Houses aren't born haunted. But rational thoughts didn't stop the feeling of being watched from multiple directions now, from the hallway and from the closet. What happened next is what convinced me this wasn't just new house jitters or an overactive imagination. I heard breathing outside my window, My bedroom was on the second floor. There was no balcony, no roof access, nothing outside my window except a straight drop to the ground. The breathing was heavy and labored, like someone who had run a great distance. It was right outside the glass, not far away or from the yard below. Then it changed. The breathing turned into this low, growling sound. Not human at all, almost dog-like, but deeper and more threatening than any dog I'd ever heard. It was a sound that vibrated through the glass and into my bones. That's when my cat Salem came tearing into my room. We'd only had him a year at that point, but he was always this super chill, affectionate cat. Nothing seemed to bother him, but that night he leapt onto my bed, back arched, fur standing on end, hissing toward the window. His tail was puffed up to 3 times its normal size. If I'd had any doubts before, Salem's reaction confirmed it. There was something outside my second-floor window, something that shouldn't have been possible. I finally found my voice, but all I could do was think over and over. Go away, go away, go away. I didn't say it out loud, couldn't really, but I repeated it in my head like a mantra. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, covers pulled up to my chin, Salem pressed against my side, still growling. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Eventually, the feeling of being watched subsided. The breathing outside my window stopped. The presence in my closet retreated. Salem relaxed slightly, though he stayed alert at the foot of my bed for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep at all. When the first grey light of dawn filtered through my blinds, I felt safe enough to get up. Salem followed me everywhere, still on high alert. I looked out my window that morning, half expecting to see a ladder or some other explanation. There was nothing, just our bare backyard with its unfinished landscaping. But as I looked out further, I noticed something in the distance I hadn't seen before, a small old cemetery about a quarter-mile behind our property. It was partially hidden by trees, but from my angle I could make out the weathered headstones. I asked my parents about it at breakfast. They seemed surprised. Apparently the real estate agent had never mentioned it. My dad shrugged it off as just an old family plot from when the area was all farmland. I didn't tell them about what happened. I was 15. I didn't want them thinking I was a baby afraid of my new room. That night, I closed my bedroom door. I closed my closet. I made sure my window was locked, the blinds drawn. I even convinced Salem to stay with me, bribing him with treats. It didn't matter. The footsteps came again, stopping outside my door. I felt the staring from my closet again, despite it being closed. The breathing and growling returned to my window. This continued for 3 years. Not every night, but often enough that I never felt truly comfortable in my room. I noticed patterns. It was always worse on very dark nights, especially when it was overcast or stormy. The activity seemed to lessen when we had guests over, or when the house was particularly full of noise and life. I came to recognize the 3 distinct entities, I guess you could call them. There was the one that came up the stairs and watched from the doorway. I started thinking of it as the Watcher. The presence in my closet felt different, smaller somehow, but more invasive, like it was studying me. The thing outside my window was the worst. It felt predatory, angry. That was the only one that Salem would react to, though over time he began avoiding my room altogether. About 6 months in, I broke down and told Emma what was happening. I expected her to laugh at me, but she didn't. She just listened, then said she hadn't experienced anything like that in her room. I begged her not to tell our parents. I was afraid they'd either not believe me or, worse, believe me and make us move again, which would have devastated them financially. By the end of my junior year, I couldn't take it anymore. I asked Emma if we could swap rooms. I made up some excuse about her room getting better Wi-Fi, but I think she knew the real reason. Surprisingly, she agreed. The first night in Emma's old room was the first peaceful sleep I'd had in our house. Nothing followed me there. No footsteps, no watching, no breathing. It was just a room. Emma never complained about my old room, and I never asked. I was too afraid to know, and maybe also feeling guilty for potentially subjecting her to what I'd experienced. But about 2 months after we switched, her boyfriend was over, and I overheard him telling her he didn't like her new room. He said it felt off, and that he always felt like someone was watching them. Emma brushed it off, but that confirmed it wasn't just me. The strangest validation came from Salem. To this day, nearly 4 years after moving in, he absolutely refuses to enter my old bedroom. He'll go into every other room in the house, but stops dead at that doorway, backs up and walks away. If you try to carry him in, he thrashes until you let him go. I still don't know what was in that room, or why it focused on me. Was it because I was the first person to sleep there? Was there something about me specifically that attracted it? I've researched the history of the land our house was built on, but found nothing beyond it being rice fields for generations before being developed. The cemetery remains, though it's overgrown now and barely visible unless you know where to look. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in my room came from there, or if it was something else entirely. Something that was already there in the fields, long before the cemetery, long before us. All I know is that some places just aren't right, even when they're brand new. And sometimes animals understand things we can't or won't see. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't lived it. I still sleep with my door closed and my closet latched. Some habits are hard to break, even when the threat is gone. At least I hope it's gone. Story 13. 3 years ago this autumn was when it all changed in my apartment complex. It's been a long time, but I think I'm finally ready to share what happened with me that spring. I've been dealing with the guilt and the questions ever since, and maybe writing it all out will help me process it. I still get chills thinking about that day. I live in a fairly typical apartment building called Pinewood Heights. Nothing too fancy, but not a dump either. For the most part, my neighbors have always been quiet and kept to themselves. I've always been the kind of person who could sense things others couldn't. My mom used to call me sensitive, and I've generally accepted that I pick up on energies or presences that most people miss. It's not something I talk about much because people tend to either think you're crazy or start asking you to do ghost readings or whatever. Anyway, around October 3 years ago, a young woman moved into the apartment next to mine. She seemed nice enough. We'd exchanged quick hellos in the hallway, but never really had a proper conversation. She was petite with long brown hair, probably in her mid-20s like me, and always dressed nicely for work. Her name was Claire, I found out later. Almost immediately after she moved in, I noticed a change in the atmosphere of our shared hallway. It wasn't anything I could explain logically, just a heaviness in the air, like walking through a slightly thicker medium. At first I thought maybe it was just autumn setting in with the darker days and colder weather making everything feel a bit more oppressive. But then the sleep paralysis episode started. I'd experienced it a few times before in my life, usually during periods of high stress, but never with this frequency. It became almost nightly. For those who haven't experienced sleep paralysis, it's absolutely terrifying. You wake up completely unable to move, often with a weight on your chest making it hard to breathe, and sometimes with visual or auditory hallucinations. At least, that's what doctors call them, hallucinations. I've always felt there was something more to it. During these episodes, I'd often sense a presence in my room, sometimes just standing in the corner watching, other times closer to my bed. I tried everything to make them stop, keeping a regular sleep schedule, cutting out caffeine, sleeping with a light on. Nothing helped. I eventually mentioned it to my girlfriend, Tasha, but she's always been pretty skeptical about anything paranormal. She suggested it was just stress from my job at the bookstore, or maybe seasonal depression kicking in. She meant well, but I knew it was something else. Fast forward to that Sunday in April. I had been working extra shifts all week, covering for a coworker who was on vacation. Between the exhausting work schedule and the nightly sleep disturbances, I was completely drained. Tasha had texted saying she wanted to come over for lunch and maybe watch a movie or something. I told her that sounded great, but that I needed to rest until she arrived around 1 p.m. After sending that text, I put my phone on my bedside table and lay down on top of my comforter, not even bothering to get under the covers. It was around 11 a.m., and my apartment was quiet except for the occasional car passing by outside. The spring sunshine was filtering through my curtains, casting a soft glow over everything. Despite the peaceful setting, I felt uneasy, like something was off. I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember was hearing my front door open. It wasn't a loud sound, just the distinct click of the latch and then the slight creak of the hinges that I'd been meaning to oil for months. My first thought was that Tasha had arrived early and was using her spare key. I didn't open my eyes, figuring she'd either come find me in the bedroom or I'd get up in a minute to greet her. But then I heard footsteps that didn't sound like Tasha's. She usually wears boots or sneakers that make a specific sound on my hardwood floors. These footsteps were softer, almost hesitant, like someone trying not to be heard. They moved slowly from my front door, through the living room, down the short hallway toward my bedroom. That's when I realized something was very wrong. My door should have been double locked with the chain on. Tasha couldn't have gotten in with just her key. I tried to open my eyes, to sit up, to call out, but my body wouldn't respond. The sleep paralysis had set in, worse than ever before. The footsteps stopped right outside my bedroom door. There was a pause that felt like forever, and then the door, which had been partially open, slowly swung wider. I was lying on my side facing the door, so I had a clear view of the doorway, but my eyes would only open the tiniest slit. Everything was blurry and distorted, like looking through frosted glass. A figure stood in the doorway. I couldn't make out specific features, just a dark silhouette against the lighter hallway behind it. It was shorter than average and seemed to be swaying slightly, as if it was having trouble standing still. The heaviness in the air intensified. It felt like being underwater, with pressure pushing against every inch of my skin. The figure moved toward my bed, step by slow step. With each footfall, the pressure increased. My chest felt like it was being crushed, and the little breath I could take came in shallow gasps. I was screaming in my head, begging my body to move, to run, to do anything other than lie there helplessly. This was different from my previous episodes. Usually, the presence stayed at a distance or hovered nearby. This was directly approaching, deliberately, with purpose. And the energy it emanated wasn't just heavy, it was desperate, frantic even, like someone trying to communicate something of life or death importance. The figure reached the side of my bed and seemed to lean over me. The pressure became almost unbearable. My ears started ringing, and my vision began to darken around the edges. I thought I was going to pass out, or worse. The presence felt overwhelmingly powerful, not evil exactly, but so intense that it seemed it might accidentally crush me under the weight of its desperation. My heart was racing so hard I could feel it throughout my entire body. The fear was unlike anything I'd ever experienced, primal and all-consuming. I genuinely believed I was about to die. My mind was screaming, pleading for it to stop, for someone to help me, for anything to break this moment. And then, just as I thought I couldn't take another second, 3 distinct bangs rang out from my bedside table. Bang, bang, bang. Loud and clear, like someone slamming their fist down hard 3 times in rapid succession. The paralysis broke instantly. I gasped for air, my body suddenly remembering how to move. I shot upright, my heart still pounding wildly, and looked around my room. There was nothing there, no figure by my bed, no presence in the room. The heaviness was gone, replaced by an eerie emptiness that somehow felt even worse. My phone was on the floor next to the bedside table, as if it had fallen or been knocked off. I checked it immediately, thinking maybe the banging noise had something to do with it, but it was undamaged and working fine. The time showed 12:17 p.m. I got up on shaky legs and checked my apartment. Every room, every closet, under the bed, behind the shower curtain, all the windows were locked from the inside. The front door was exactly as I'd left it, double locked with the chain still in place. No one could have entered physically. When Tasha arrived around 1 p.m., she found me sitting in my living room with all the lights on, still trembling. I tried to explain what had happened, but I could tell from her face that she thought I'd just had a particularly bad nightmare or sleep paralysis episode. She was sympathetic, but kept suggesting logical explanations, which only made me feel more isolated in my experience. We went about our day normally after that, had lunch, watched a movie, normal Sunday stuff, but I couldn't shake the feeling of what had happened. Not just fear, but a strange sense of loneliness, as if I'd missed an important connection. Throughout the day, I kept glancing at the wall shared with my neighbor's apartment, feeling drawn to it for some reason I couldn't explain. 2 days later, I ran into Mrs. Peterson, an elderly woman who lived on the other side of Claire's apartment. She looked upset, and when I asked if everything was okay, she told me the news. Claire, my neighbor, had died Sunday night. Heart failure, they said. Her parents had come to check on her after not being able to reach her by phone all day and found her collapsed in her apartment. The timing hit me like a truck. Sunday, the same day as my experience. I asked Mrs. Peterson what time they found her, and she said it was late in the evening, maybe around 8 or 9 p.m. I've spent 3 years trying to make sense of what happened that day. I don't think it was Claire who visited me in my apartment. The energy was too powerful, too overwhelming to be a newly departed soul. I've come to believe it was something else, maybe her guardian, a protective spirit, desperately seeking help. I think it came to me because of my sensitivity, because it knew I might be able to perceive it. Those 3 bangs that broke the paralysis, were they a message, a warning, or perhaps the spirit's way of trying to wake me completely so I could understand what it needed? I'll never know. All I know is that by the time I was free, it was too late. The guilt has been hard to live with. What if I was supposed to do something? What if I could have helped somehow? I wonder if Claire was already in trouble by the time the presence came to me, if it was trying to get me to call for help or check on her. The desperate energy makes sense now. It was literally a matter of life and death. I've moved on with my life in most ways. I still live in the same apartment, though someone else lives next door now. The sleep paralysis episode stopped completely after that day. I haven't had a single one since. But I think about Claire often, this woman I barely knew. I say a little prayer for her when I do, hoping she's at peace wherever she is now. Sometimes, especially when I'm falling asleep, I think I feel a gentle presence in the room. Nothing oppressive or frightening, just a light acknowledgement that I'm not alone. I like to think it's a sign that there are no hard feelings, that whatever was trying to reach me that day understands I did the best I could with what I knew at the time. But I still listen for those 3 bangs sometimes, wondering if they'll ever come again, and if next time I'll understand what they're trying to tell me before it's too late. Story 14. I never thought I'd be the one typing out some crazy story like this, but after what happened to me in the forest yesterday morning, I haven't been able to sleep. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. I've lived in Mistwood Hollow all my life. It's a small town where nothing much happens, and I've walked those forest trails hundreds of times. Yesterday was different, though. Completely different. It was around 6 a.m. when I decided to go for a walk in the public forest near my house. I do this a few times a week. It clears my head before work. Yesterday morning had this insanely thick fog, the kind where you can barely see 10 feet in front of you. I almost cancelled my walk, but something made me want to go anyway. Maybe it was the eeriness of it all, or maybe I just wanted some photos for Instagram. Fog makes everything look cool, right? God, I wish I'd just stayed home. The forest entrance is only about 5 minutes from my driveway. When I got there, the fog was so dense it looked like the trees were floating. You know how silence seems louder in fog? It was like that. This weird, dampened quiet, where even my footsteps sounded muffled. I remember thinking it was perfect horror movie weather, which is funny in a messed up way considering what happened. I took the main trail that eventually leads to this crossroad where most people turn around. There's this memorial there, a white cross for a taxi driver who died in an accident about 15 years ago. I was probably 10 when it happened, but I remember how it shook our small town. The guy was well liked, drove the only taxi in Mistwood Hollow, ran off the road one night in bad weather, hit a tree. They put up the cross right where it happened. I was about halfway to the crossroads when I got this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Not like the normal forest creepiness feeling. This was intense. The hairs on my neck stood up and my skin went ice cold. I stopped walking and just listened. Nothing but silence, not even birds. The trail forks about 3/4 of the way to the crossroad. You can either keep straight or turn left onto a smaller path that loops around. Something told me to take the left fork, which I did. I'd gone maybe 30 steps when I saw it through the fog. It was about 70 meters away. This figure. At first, I thought it was just a weird-shaped tree or something, but as the fog shifted slightly, I could make out more details. It looked vaguely human-shaped, but wrong somehow. The proportions were off. The best way I can describe it is like a deadbolt, tall, thin, but with this unnaturally straight posture. I couldn't make out any facial features through the fog, just this dark silhouette. Here's the part that still makes my stomach turn. It was sitting on something. A log, maybe? Then it started to stand up, but not like a normal person. It moved like it was pushing itself up with its arms, but the motion was slow, deliberate, almost mechanical, like how a praying mantis moves, totally unnatural. I stood frozen, my feet literally unable to move. The figure took one step toward me, one single deliberate step, and then it just vanished. Not like it walked away or the fog swallowed it up. It literally disappeared between one blink and the next. I almost turned around and ran home right then. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my temples. But some stupid part of me needed to make sense of what I'd just seen. I told myself it was probably just another hiker, or maybe a deer standing weird in the fog. So instead of running, I kept going toward the crossroad where the memorial was. When I got there about 5 minutes later, I noticed immediately that something was wrong. The white cross memorial that had stood there for 15 years was knocked over. Not just knocked over. It looked like someone had violently pushed it. The concrete base was cracked and damaged, and the cross itself was face down in the dirt. This wasn't some light memorial either. That thing was solid concrete with a metal cross attached. It would take significant force to topple it. Standing there looking at the fallen memorial, I felt this weird compulsion to right it, like I was supposed to fix it. But that thing must have weighed at least 150 pounds, and the base was damaged. There was no way I could lift it by myself, especially with the ground all muddy from the fog. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, just staring at the cross, feeling increasingly uneasy. The fog seemed to get thicker around me, and that feeling of being watched came back stronger than ever. I took a few photos on my phone, which came out as nothing but grey blurs, and then decided it was time to get the hell out of there. The walk back was the longest 15 minutes of my life. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I would see that figure again, but there was nothing but fog. When I finally broke through the tree line and saw my neighborhood, I actually jogged the rest of the way home. Once I was back in my kitchen with a cup of coffee, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just another hiker who happened to be standing weird, but that wouldn't explain how they vanished so quickly or why they were out in such thick fog. And what about the memorial? It had been there untouched for 15 years through storms and everything else. Then I remembered something. The taxi driver died exactly 15 years ago yesterday. I didn't make the connection until I was scrolling through Facebook later and saw one of his relatives post an in memoriam thing. 15 years to the day, and suddenly his memorial is knocked over and there's some weird figure in the woods. I spent most of the afternoon researching local folklore and ghost stories, but nothing matches what I saw. There are the usual urban legends about Mistwood Hollow, the lady in white, the phantom hitchhiker, but nothing about a strange figure in the forest or anything connected to the taxi driver. What keeps bothering me is this thought I can't shake. What if that figure was him? What if it was the taxi driver's spirit trying to get my attention? Maybe he was trying to lead me to his damaged memorial, like he wanted me to fix it. I feel stupid even typing this out. I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural, but I know what I saw, and I know the timing is too weird to be coincidence. That memorial stood untouched for 15 years and just happens to get knocked over on the anniversary of his death. And I just happened to be there to see it. The rational part of my brain keeps trying to come up with explanations. Maybe some teenagers knocked it over the night before as a prank. Maybe what I saw was just a deer or another early morning hiker. But none of that explains the feeling I had. This overwhelming sense of dread mixed with, I don't know, sadness. Like I was witnessing something I wasn't supposed to see. I called the Parks Department this morning to report the damaged memorial. The woman I spoke to seemed confused. She said a maintenance crew had just been out there last week and everything was fine. She thanked me for reporting it and said they'd send someone out to check. I'm debating whether to go back today. Part of me wants to see if the cross is still knocked over. Part of me wants to try to fix it myself. Maybe bring a friend to help lift it. But another part of me is terrified of going back into those woods, especially if the fog rolls in again. My neighbor Jim has lived here longer than me, so I asked him about the taxi driver yesterday evening. He remembered the accident well, said the driver's name was Matthew Coleman, nice guy, had 2 kids. What Jim told me next made my blood run cold. Apparently, there were weird circumstances around Coleman's death. The police report said he swerved to avoid hitting someone standing in the road. But it was 3 a.m. on a deserted forest road. No other cars, no houses nearby, no reason for anyone to be standing there. They never found any evidence of another person. I asked Jim if there was anything strange about the memorial itself, and he shrugged it off. Said people sometimes leave flowers there on the anniversary. Nothing about it ever being vandalized or knocked over before. Last night, I kept waking up thinking I heard something outside my window. Each time I looked out, the fog was there, thick as soup, pressing against the glass. Around 3 a.m., exactly when Coleman died 15 years ago, I swear I saw a silhouette standing at the edge of my yard near the tree line. Tall, thin, unnaturally straight. I blinked, and it was gone. I'm going back to the forest today. I know it's probably stupid, but I can't stop thinking about that fallen memorial. I'm bringing my friend Mark to help me lift it if it's still knocked over. I've got this weird feeling that I need to set it right, like I'm supposed to fix it. Maybe then whatever I saw in the fog will be at peace. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or any of that. But I know what I saw in those woods. And I know that whatever it was, it wanted something from me. Maybe it just wanted someone to notice that the memorial had been damaged. Maybe it wanted someone to remember. The thing that keeps nagging at me is this. If the figure I saw was Coleman's spirit, why appear now after 15 years? Was it because of the anniversary, or was it because someone had disrespected his memorial? And why me? I never knew the guy. I was just a kid when he died. I can't explain what happened in those woods. I can't explain how that figure vanished into thin air, or why a heavy concrete memorial was suddenly knocked over after 15 years. All I know is that for a brief moment in that thick morning fog, I glimpsed something that shouldn't exist. Something that's been haunting me ever since. I'll update after I go back to the memorial today. Maybe in the daylight, without the fog, everything will make more sense. Or maybe I'll find that the cross has already been righted, with no explanation of how or who did it. Either way, I don't think I'll be taking early morning walks in the fog anymore. Some things are better left unseen. Update. I went back with Mark about an hour ago. The memorial was still knocked over, and we managed to set it upright again, though the base is still cracked. Here's the weird part. When we lifted it, we found something underneath. A taxi driver's ID badge, old and faded, but clearly showing Coleman's face. How did it get there? The memorial has been standing for 15 years. Did someone put it there after knocking over the cross? Or has it been there all this time, somehow preserved underneath? As we were leaving, Mark pointed out something I hadn't noticed before. About 70 meters from the crossroad, right where I saw that figure standing, there's a small clearing. In that clearing is an old rotted log, the perfect height for someone to sit on before standing up. The perfect spot for someone to watch the crossroad from. I don't know what to think anymore. All I know is that when we fixed that memorial, the forest seemed to get lighter somehow. The birds started singing again. And that feeling of being watched, it's gone now. At least I hope it is. Story 15. Dustin was the coolest guy I knew back then. I was 11 and he was like 26 or 27. This total 80s metalhead who still wore Iron Maiden t-shirts and had this long hair he'd sometimes tie back in a ponytail. He drove this beat-up Camaro and knew all the lyrics to Metallica songs. To a kid like me, he was basically a god. The best part about staying with Mrs. Reeves was that Dustin would sometimes take me to get fast food when his mom was busy watching her soap operas. He'd just be like, "Hey, little man, want to get some grub?" And I'd be so excited because my mom never let me have that stuff. She was all about home-cooked meals and vegetables. Anyway, this particular night in August, it was crazy hot, even for New Mexico. The kind of heat that sticks to your skin and makes everything feel heavy. My mom had the late shift, so I was staying over at Mrs. Reeves's place. It was a Friday, and I remember because I'd been looking forward to staying up late all week. Around 9:40 that night, Dustin came into the living room where I was watching TV. Mrs. Reeves had already fallen asleep in her recliner, snoring softly with her glasses still on. "Yo, Marcus," Dustin whispered. "BK closes at 10. Want to make a food run?" I nodded so fast, I probably looked like one of those bobblehead dolls. Burger King was my favorite, and we hardly ever got to go there. "Cool. Grab your shoes, but be quiet. Mom needs her beauty sleep," he said with a wink. We slipped out the back door into the night. It was still so hot outside, but there was finally a slight breeze. The air smelled like dirt and chili plants from the nearby fields. A huge blue moon hung in the sky. I remember it being so bright you could see everything almost like it was daytime, just with this weird blue tint to everything. Dustin was walking ahead of me, talking about some new band he'd discovered. I wasn't really listening. I was too busy thinking about what I was going to order. The Burger King was about 15 minutes away on foot, but Dustin knew all the shortcuts through the neighborhood. When we got there, the place was empty, except for the workers who were already starting to clean up. They looked annoyed when we walked in, but they still took our order. I got a Whopper meal with extra onion rings, and Dustin got 2 double Whoppers and a chocolate shake. The girl at the counter was kinda cute, and Dustin was flirting with her, making her giggle while we waited for our food. Finally, we each got 2 bags, one with our food and one with our drinks and extras. The bags were warm against my hands, and I could smell the fries and burgers through the paper. My stomach was growling like crazy. "All right, little dude, let's head back before it gets too late," Dustin said. "We'll take the shortcut over the irrigation ditch. It'll save us like 7 minutes. I knew the shortcut he was talking about. It was this narrow concrete bridge that went over one of the irrigation ditches that ran through the South Valley. During the day, it was nothing, just a bridge over a small canal. But at night, it always seemed creepy to me. The water was dark, and there were always weird noises coming from the bushes along the banks. We walked for a while, our shoes crunching on the gravel path that led to the bridge. The moonlight cast these long, strange shadows from the cottonwood trees around us. I was starting to regret coming this way. I'd always been scared of the dark, though I tried not to show it around Dustin. "Hey, you're not scared, are you?" Dustin asked, glancing back at me. "No way," I lied, clutching my Burger King bags tighter. When we got to the bridge, Dustin went first. It wasn't wide, maybe 3 feet across, with no railings or anything. Just a flat concrete slab over the water. During the day, kids would ride their bikes across it, but at night, it felt like walking a tightrope over nothing. Dustin was about 5 feet ahead of me, his silhouette dark against the moonlight. I was stepping carefully, trying not to look down at the water below. That's when we heard it. A splash. Not a little splash, like a fish jumping or a rock falling in. This was big, like something heavy had dropped or jumped into the water. Dustin stopped dead in his tracks. I nearly bumped into him. "What was that?" I whispered. He didn't answer right away. Then he slowly turned around to face me, and I'll never forget the look on his face as long as I live. Dustin, the guy who wasn't afraid of anything, the guy who once punched a dude twice his size for keying his Camaro, looked absolutely terrified. His face had gone completely white in the moonlight, and his eyes were wider than I'd ever seen them. "Run!" he said, his voice barely audible. "What? Run!" he shouted, dropping both his Burger King bags into the ditch below without a second thought. I turned to look behind me, but Dustin grabbed my shoulder. "Don't look back! Just run!" He shoved past me, sprinting back the way we'd come. I was so shocked I just stood there for a second, then my foot slipped on the edge of the bridge. I almost fell into the water, but I caught myself scraping my knee on the concrete. The pain snapped me out of it, and I scrambled to my feet. That's when I heard it. A weird gurgling sound from below the bridge, like someone trying to talk underwater, and then a sloshing noise, like something heavy dragging itself out of the ditch. I couldn't help it. I looked back. There was a light on the bridge where we'd just been. A bright, white light, but not like a flashlight. It was more like a glow coming from something, illuminating the area around it. I couldn't see what was making the light because the glare was too intense, but I could see a shape moving within it, something tall and thin that shouldn't have been there. I dropped my food and ran faster than I ever had in my life. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I could feel my pulse in my ears, drowning out everything except my own ragged breathing and the sound of my sneakers slapping against the dirt path. I couldn't see Dustin anymore. He was way ahead of me. The moonlight cast everything in this eerie blue glow, making the familiar path look alien and wrong. Shadows seemed to move on their own, and every rustle in the bushes made me run faster. I was sure whatever was behind me was gaining ground. I could feel it getting closer, even though I was too terrified to look back again. The air around me felt colder despite the summer heat, like something was sucking all the warmth away. Finally, I saw Mrs. Reeves's house up ahead. The porch light was on, and Dustin was already at the door, fumbling with his keys. I sprinted the last 100 feet, practically diving onto the porch as Dustin got the door open. We both tumbled inside, and he slammed the door shut, locking it, and then sliding the deadbolt into place. We stood there in the hallway, both of us gasping for breath. Mrs. Reeves was still asleep in her recliner, completely oblivious to what had just happened. What? I tried to speak between gulps of air. What was that? Dustin just shook his head, his face still pale with fear. He was trembling, which freaked me out even more. I'd never seen him scared of anything before. "Go to the bathroom," he finally said. Wash your hands. Act normal. I stumbled to the bathroom on shaky legs, turned on the light, and locked the door behind me. When I looked in the mirror, I barely recognized myself. My face was drained of color. My eyes were huge with fear, and there was dirt smudged across my cheek from when I'd slipped on the bridge. I splashed cold water on my face and tried to calm down. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I kept replaying what I'd seen in my mind. That strange light on the bridge, the shape moving within it. What the hell was it? When I came out of the bathroom, Dustin was sitting at the kitchen table, a beer in his hand. He never drank around me usually, but he was chugging it like it was water. He'd already opened another one and pushed it across the table. "You're too young for this," he muttered. "But after what we just saw, I think you deserve it." I sat down and took a sip. It tasted bitter and gross, but I kept drinking because it gave me something to focus on besides the fear. "Dustin," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "What was—" Before I could finish, there was a pounding on the front door, so loud that both of us jumped. Mrs. Reeves startled awake in her recliner, looking around in confusion. "Who in the world?" she muttered, getting up slowly. "Mom, don't," Dustin started, but she was already shuffling to the door. We heard her unlock it, and then a man's voice, loud and angry. "Where is he? Where's your son?" Mrs. Reeves said something we couldn't hear, and then heavy footsteps came stomping into the kitchen. It was Ray, the landlord who owned the property. He was a big guy, ex-military with a buzz cut and a permanent scowl. Tonight, his face was red with fury. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he yelled at Dustin, pointing a thick finger in his face. Dustin stood up. "What are you talking about, Ray? Don't play dumb with me, you sick bastard. You were just at my house, looking through my bedroom window with a flashlight, moaning and crying like some goddamn ghost to scare Marge." Dustin glanced at me, confusion clear on his face. "Ray, I've been here with the kid. We just got back from Burger King like 10 minutes ago." "Bullshit," Ray shouted. "Marge is having a panic attack right now because of your stupid prank. She saw your face clear as day through the window, illuminated by that flashlight you were holding under your chin like some Halloween trick." Mrs. Reeves had come into the kitchen by now, her face pinched with worry. "Ray, please lower your voice. Dustin wouldn't do something like that." Ray was shaking with anger. "I know what my wife saw. She described him perfectly, the long hair, the Metallica shirt he's wearing right now." I looked at Dustin, and a chill ran down my spine. He was wearing his black Metallica t-shirt, the one with the skulls on it. "Ray," Dustin said slowly, "I swear to God I was with Marcus. We were just at Burger King and we came straight back. Ask him." All eyes turned to me and I nodded quickly. "It's true, we were together the whole time." Ray narrowed his eyes, looking between us. "Then where's the food? If you just came from Burger King, where are the bags?" My stomach dropped. We'd dropped everything when we ran from whatever that was on the bridge. I started, but didn't know how to finish. "We ate it already," Dustin lied, but even I could tell he wasn't convincing. Ray stared at Dustin for a long moment, then pointed at him again. "I don't know what game you're playing, but stay away from my house, and if you ever scare my wife again, I'm calling the cops." He turned and stormed out, slamming the front door behind him. Mrs. Reeves looked at her son with confusion and disappointment. "Dustin, what's going on? Did you really—" "No, Mom," Dustin cut her off. "I didn't do anything. We really were at Burger King." She sighed, shaking her head. "Then where's the food?" Dustin and I exchanged a look. How could we explain what happened? "We dropped it," I said finally, "on the way back." Mrs. Reeves frowned. "Both of you? Dropped all of it?" Dustin ran a hand through his hair, looking exhausted suddenly. "It's complicated, Mom. I swear I wasn't at Ray's house. I wouldn't do something like that." She studied his face for a moment, then nodded slowly. "All right. It's late. and Marcus needs to get to bed. We can sort this out in the morning." She turned to me. "Come on, honey, let's get you settled in the guest room." After she got me set up in the small spare bedroom, she went to her own room, leaving Dustin and me alone in the hallway. "Dustin," I whispered, "what was that thing on the bridge?" He glanced toward his mother's closed door, then leaned down close to me. "Ditch witch," he said, his voice barely audible. "I saw you run. It was after you." A cold feeling spread through my entire body. "What's a ditch witch?" He shook his head. "Something my grandfather used to warn me about when I was a kid. Said they live in the irrigation ditches, wait for people crossing bridges at night. They can take your form, mimic you." My blood turned to ice. "You think that's what Ray saw? At his window?" Dustin's eyes were dark with fear. "I don't know, man. I just know we need to stay inside tonight. All the doors and windows locked. Don't look outside no matter what you hear. Got it?" I nodded, my throat too dry to speak. "Try to get some sleep," he said, though we both knew that wasn't going to happen. "And Marcus, don't tell anyone about this. They'll think we're crazy." I spent that entire night curled up in the guest bed, staring at the window, terrified that I'd see a face, Dustin's face, or maybe my own, looking in at me, illuminated by an unnatural white light. Every creak of the house made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to move on its own. I never did fall asleep, and I never told anyone about what happened that night. Not my mom, not my friends, no one. Who would believe me? Sometimes I almost convinced myself it was just my imagination, that we got spooked by nothing and dropped our food for no reason. But then I remember the look on Dustin's face when he turned around on that bridge, the absolute terror in his eyes. And I know whatever we saw that night was real. I moved away from Albuquerque a few years later when my mom got a job in Arizona. I haven't been back since, and I haven't spoken to Dustin in years. But whenever I see an irrigation ditch or a small bridge over water, especially at night, I walk the long way around, and I never ever look back if I hear a splash. Story 16. I never believed in ghosts. My mom was always the superstitious one in our family, going on about energies and how some places just felt off. I'd roll my eyes and blame it on drafty windows or old house noises. That changed after we moved to Cedarbrook Hills 3 years ago. Our house was this big Victorian-style place with a rotunda and these weird little nooks that my stepdad got for a steal, because the previous owners apparently just up and left one day. Mom loved it instantly, all that character she kept going on about. I was just happy to have my own room, finally. My stepsister Annie lives with us too. She's 19 but has the mental capacity of about an 8-year-old due to a birth complication. She's the sweetest person you'll ever meet, always smiling, always waving. Her room is upstairs, and it has this big window that overlooks our backyard. It became her favorite spot. Every day when I'd come home from school, she'd be there waving down at me. It was just her thing. Everything was normal for the first 6 months. Then we had this crazy thunderstorm in April. The kind where the lightning is so close you can feel it in your teeth. One bolt hit our house directly, blew out half the electronics and scared the crap out of all of us. The lightning rod on the roof took most of the impact, but something in the house's electrical system got fried. Lights would flicker for no reason. The TV would turn on by itself, and sometimes the microwave would just start running in the middle of the night. My stepdad chalked it up to faulty wiring and called an electrician who couldn't find anything obviously wrong, but replaced some outlets anyway. That should have been the end of it, but the weird stuff didn't stop. If anything, it got worse. About 2 weeks after the lightning strike, I was in the backyard playing fetch with our dog, Max. He's this big golden retriever mix who's normally the most chill dog ever. It was around 5 p.m. and the sun was starting to set behind the trees. I remember checking my phone for a text from my friend when I felt this pressure. like the air got heavy. You know when you can just feel someone watching you? It was like that, but worse. I looked up at the house, and there was Annie at her window, except she wasn't waving. She was just standing there, completely still, her face pressed against the glass. At first, I thought maybe she was just tired or something. I waved at her, but she didn't wave back. She just stared, and her face, God, her face looked wrong. Annie has this super pale complexion normally, like she burns if she even thinks about the sun. But that day, her skin looked darker, almost grey, and her expression wasn't Annie at all. Annie's always got this big, goofy smile, but this was blank. No, not blank. Angry. I called out to her, but she didn't respond. Then Max started growling. Max never growls. He's literally afraid of our cat. But he was staring up at Annie's window, hackles raised, making this low rumbling sound I'd never heard from him before. That's when I noticed Annie was breathing weird, like really heavy breaths that were fogging up the glass in front of her face. Each exhale seemed to make the fog spread further across the window. And she was pressing closer to the glass, like she was trying to push through it. I'm not going to lie, it freaked me out. I called Max and hurried back inside, trying to convince myself that it was just Annie being silly or something, maybe playing a game. I went upstairs to check on her, taking the steps 2 at a time. Our house has this weird central staircase that spirals up around the rotunda, and it always creaks no matter where you step. As I got to the landing, I swear I heard what sounded like someone rushing away from the top of the stairs. Annie's room was at the end of the hall. Her door was closed, which was unusual because she hates having it closed. Mom always says it's because she doesn't like feeling shut in. I knocked, but there was no answer. I pushed the door open slowly, not sure what I was about to find. Annie was laying on her bed with her headphones on, bopping her head to whatever music she was listening to. Completely normal. Her coloring was back to its usual paleness, and she had that sweet smile on her face when she saw me. I must have looked shocked because she pulled off her headphones and asked, "What's wrong, Jessie?" "Were you just at the window?" I asked her, trying to keep my voice steady. She looked confused. "No, I'm listening to my music." She held up her headphones as proof. "You weren't standing at the window a minute ago, looking out at me and Max?" Annie shook her head, looking genuinely puzzled. "I've been here, listening to Taylor Swift." She even showed me her ancient iPod with the song still playing. I walked over to the window and looked out. The backyard was empty now. Max must have gone around to the side yard. The sun had dipped lower, casting long shadows across the grass. I placed my hand on the glass. It was cold to the touch, no sign of any recent fog from heavy breathing. "Are you okay, Jessie?" Annie asked, her voice suddenly concerned. I turned back to her and forced a smile. "Yeah, just thought I saw you at the window. Must have been the light playing tricks on me." She smiled, relieved, and went back to her music. I left her room feeling completely unsettled. I knew what I'd seen. That was Annie at the window, but it also wasn't Annie at all. I didn't tell anyone about it that night. I figured maybe I was just tired or stressed from finals coming up. But 2 days later, my mom mentioned something at dinner that made my blood go cold. "The strangest thing happened yesterday," she said, pushing her salad around her plate. "I was coming up the stairs with the laundry, and I swear I saw a little girl standing by the rotunda railing upstairs, just for a second, and then she was gone." My stepdad laughed it off. "Probably just Annie." My mum shook her head. "No, Annie was downstairs with me watching TV. Besides, this girl was younger, maybe 8 or 9, and she was wearing this old-fashioned dress, like something from an old photograph." My younger sister Zoe, who's 12, suddenly spoke up. "I saw her too. Last week when I was doing homework, she was standing there looking down at me. I thought it was Annie at first, but when I looked again, nobody was there." I felt sick. I hadn't told either of them about what I'd seen at the window. "This house is old," my stepdad said dismissively. "Old houses make people imagine things." But it wasn't just what we saw. It was what we heard too. Our house has these distinct sounds. Everyone's footsteps sound different on the hardwood floors. My stepdad's are heavy and slow. Mom's are quicker, lighter. Annie shuffles more than walks. Zoe practically runs everywhere. You can tell who's moving around just by listening, but sometimes, when I'd be home alone or when everyone was accounted for, I'd hear footsteps upstairs. Not just creaks or settling noises, actual footsteps, deliberate, moving from one room to another. Sometimes they'd stop right above wherever I was, like whatever was making them knew exactly where I was in the house. One afternoon, about a month after the window incident, I was alone in the house doing homework in the living room. Mom had taken Annie to her therapy appointment. Zoe was at a friend's house, and my stepdad was at work. I heard the footsteps overhead, moving from what would be my parents' room toward Annie's. I froze, textbook in hand, listening. The steps were slow, heavy, like an adult's. They stopped for a moment at what would be Annie's doorway, then continued into her room. I heard what sounded like her closet door sliding open, then closing. I called out, "Hello?" No response, just silence. I should have just left the house, gone to a neighbor's or something, but instead, I grabbed a baseball bat from the hall closet and went upstairs. Each step on that creaky staircase felt like it took a year. When I reached the top, the hallway was empty. The door to Annie's room was closed again. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at it, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it. I don't know where I found the courage, but I walked to her door and pushed it open in one quick motion, bat raised. Nothing. The room was empty. The closet door was closed. Everything was exactly as it should be. But the room was ice cold, so cold I could see my breath. And it smelled wrong, like dirt and something metallic. The smell disappeared as quickly as it came, and within seconds the room was back to its normal temperature. That night I finally told my mum about what I'd seen at the window. I expected her to dismiss it, but she got this serious look on her face. "I think there are two of them," she said quietly, after making sure Annie and Zoe were upstairs. "A little girl and an older man. I've felt them since we moved in, but after the lightning, I think it gave them power somehow. Energy." My stepdad rolled his eyes from behind his newspaper. "Don't fill her head with that nonsense, Karen." But Mom ignored him. "The little girl seems curious, maybe even playful. But the man..." She shivered. "There's something wrong about him. Something angry." "So what? The man was pretending to be Annie at the window?" I asked, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe he was trying to look like her." She shook her head. "I've been researching the house's history. The realtor didn't tell us much, but I found some old newspaper articles. In the 1930s, a man lived here with his daughter. The daughter drowned in Cedar Brook, and the father was never the same. He became a recluse. Eventually, they found him in the house. He'd taken his own life." "Jesus, Mom," I said, "and you didn't think to mention this until now." "Every old house has a past, Jessica," my stepdad cut in. "Doesn't mean it's haunted." But I couldn't shake what I'd seen, and neither, it seemed, could Max. He started refusing to go upstairs. He'd stand at the bottom of the staircase and whine, but nothing could get him to climb those steps. And he absolutely would not go near Annie's room, even when she called for him. Things escalated about 2 months after the lightning strike. I was home alone with Annie one Saturday while everyone else was out shopping. I was in the kitchen making lunch when I heard Annie talking upstairs in her room. She sometimes talks to herself, so I didn't think much of it at first. But then I realized she wasn't using her normal voice. Her speech was clearer, more articulate than her usual simple sentences. I quietly went to the bottom of the stairs and listened. Annie was having what sounded like a full conversation, pausing as if listening to responses. But the weird part was that she seemed to be arguing with someone. "No, I won't," I heard her say firmly. That's mean. I don't want to. A pause. No, I said no. Leave me alone. I ran up the stairs calling her name. When I got to her room, she was standing in the middle of it facing the window. She turned to me with tears streaming down her face. He wants me to do bad things, Jessie, she said, her voice shaking. The angry man. He wants me to hurt Max. I felt like the floor dropped out from under me. What angry man, Annie? There's no one here but us. She pointed to the empty corner of her room. He stands there. He says this was his house. He says we need to go. I grabbed her hand. Come on, we're going downstairs right now. As I pulled her toward the door, all the lights in the room flickered violently. The closet door slammed shut, then open again. Annie's collection of snow globes on her dresser started rattling so hard I thought they might shatter. Annie screamed and bolted from the room. I was right behind her. We spent the rest of the afternoon in the backyard, refusing to go back inside until everyone else got home. When I told Mum what happened, she finally convinced my stepdad that we needed help. She contacted some local paranormal investigator, this older woman named Elaine, who came recommended by one of Mum's weirder friends. Elaine spent an afternoon walking through the house with some equipment, EMF readers, thermal cameras, digital recorders. She kept stopping in certain spots, closing her eyes like she was listening to something none of us could hear. When she got to Annie's room, she froze in the doorway. "Oh," she said softly, "he's very angry in here." Annie, who had been following her around curiously, nodded vigorously. "The angry man." Elaine turned to my mum. "Your daughter can see him?" "Stepdaughter," Mum corrected automatically. "Annie has special needs, but she's been saying she sees a man in her room." Elaine looked at Annie with new interest. "Sometimes those who think differently can perceive what others can't," she said. She knelt down to Annie's level. "Can you tell me what he looks like?" Annie's description chilled me to the bone. Tall, dark face, no eyes, just dark holes. He stands in the corner and watches me. Sometimes he pretends to be me. Elaine did some kind of cleansing ritual with sage and salt in every room, focusing extra attention on Annie's room and the rotunda. She told us the house had psychic impressions from its past occupants that were intensified by the lightning strike. Lightning has immense electromagnetic energy, she explained. It can sometimes wake things up that have been dormant, create pathways between our world and others. I thought it sounded like complete BS, honestly, but I couldn't explain what I'd seen at the window, what Annie had described, what we'd all experienced. For a few weeks after Elaine's visit, things seemed better. No more footsteps, no more strange sightings. Annie went back to her normal self, waving happily from her window when I'd come home. Then last week, it happened again. I was studying for finals in the backyard, enjoying the nice weather. Max was napping in the sun nearby. I glanced up at the house and saw Annie at her window. She wasn't waving, but she was smiling. I waved at her and she waved back, which made me feel relieved. Then my phone buzzed with a text. It was from my mom. "Running late at store with Annie. Be home in an hour." I looked back up at the window. Annie, or whatever looked like Annie, was still there, still smiling. But as I watched, the smile grew wider. Too wide. Impossibly wide. Her eyes darkened until they were just black holes in her face. Max woke up suddenly and started barking frantically at the window. I grabbed him by the collar and ran around to the front of the house, not looking back. I stayed at my friend's house until my family came home. I haven't told them about the second window incident. I can't bring myself to. Annie's been having nightmares lately, waking up screaming about the angry man standing over her bed. Mum's been talking about selling the house, and my stepdad isn't arguing anymore. As for me, I sleep with my lights on now. I don't look out windows after dark. And I never, ever look up at Annie's window when I'm in the backyard. Because sometimes I still see someone waving, even when I know Annie isn't home. Story 17. My first husband and I bought Willowbrook Manor about 15 years ago. It was this gorgeous old colonial built in the 1930s with original hardwood floors, crown molding, and these amazing bay windows in the living room. We fell in love with it immediately. All that character, you know. But it didn't take long before we realized we weren't the only ones living there. I should say up front, I'd never believed in ghosts before Willowbrook. I was raised to be practical. My dad and grandpa were both electricians, no-nonsense types who believed everything had a logical explanation. That's actually what makes all this even weirder. It started about 3 weeks after we moved in. I was alone in the house, unpacking the last of our kitchen boxes. I'd just arranged all our appliances, the toaster, microwave, coffee maker, blender, and gone to the living room to unwrap some pictures. Suddenly, I heard the coffee maker start up. The gurgling, bubbling sound was unmistakable. I walked back to the kitchen, thinking maybe I'd accidentally hit the button when arranging things, but when I got there, the coffee maker was humming away, brewing absolutely nothing since I hadn't put water or grounds in it. I unplugged it, a little freaked out, and went back to what I was doing. That same night, the radio in our bedroom switched on by itself at like 3 a.m. Just static noise, but loud enough to jolt us both awake. My husband thought I'd set an alarm by mistake, but I hadn't touched the radio since we'd moved in. This pattern continued for weeks. The TV would turn on randomly, the blender would run for a few seconds, the ceiling fans would start spinning at top speed, then stop. At first, we thought it had to be electrical issues, maybe faulty wiring or power surges. I called my dad to check it out. Dad spent an entire Saturday testing every outlet, checking the breaker box, examining each appliance. He couldn't find a single thing wrong. "Everything's wired correctly," he said. "All your appliances are functioning normally." He even brought my grandpa over for a second opinion. Same conclusion. But the weird activity didn't stop. What made it especially bizarre was that it didn't matter what kind of mechanism the appliance had. Things with push buttons, twist knobs, toggle switches, all of them would activate randomly. My microwave with a digital keypad would suddenly start beeping and running. The old-school toaster with the mechanical lever would pop down on its own. About 2 months in, something happened that changed how I felt about our ghostly roommate. I'd been baking cookies and had just taken a batch out of the oven. I turned the oven off, put the cookie sheet on the counter, and went to answer the phone in the other room. When I came back 5 minutes later, all 4 burners on the gas stove were on, flames going at full blast with nothing on them. I nearly had a heart attack. The kitchen was hot, and if I'd been gone longer, who knows what could have happened. I quickly turned everything off, then stood in the middle of the kitchen and said out loud, "You can play with the lights and the radio all you want, but do not mess with the stove again. That's dangerous, and someone could get hurt." I felt completely ridiculous talking to an empty room, but I was shaking and genuinely scared. And here's the thing, the ghost listened. The stove never turned on by itself again, not once, but the other stuff continued. Lights, TV, radio, ceiling fans, even the vacuum cleaner once. After that incident, the ghost seemed almost friendly? Mischievous, definitely, but not threatening. It was like having a playful roommate who occasionally liked to remind us they were there. We started to get used to it, as crazy as that sounds. We'd be sitting watching TV and the lamp would flick on and off, and my husband would just say, "Knock it off, we're trying to watch a movie," and sometimes it would actually stop. The real confirmation that we weren't just experiencing electrical problems came when we had visitors. On 3 separate occasions, with 3 completely different people who didn't know each other, our guests described seeing the same thing. A young man, early 20s, with light-colored hair, wearing what looked like 1940s-style clothing. High-waisted pants, a button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up. He was always seen briefly, usually passing through a doorway or at the end of the hallway. The third person to see him was my college friend Melissa, who was staying with us for a weekend. She came down for breakfast looking exhausted and asked, "So, when were you going to tell me about the blonde guy in your house?" She described him exactly like the others had, adding that he'd been standing at the foot of her bed for a moment before walking out through her door. She wasn't scared. She said he seemed curious, not threatening. Later, I did some research on the area. Turns out our neighborhood had been pretty active in World War II resistance activities. There were rumors of young men using the houses in our street as meeting points before shipping out. I've always wondered if our ghost was one of those young men, perhaps someone who never made it back from the war. We lived with our ghost for 7 years. In a weird way, I got attached to him. When my first marriage ended and I moved out, I actually felt sad leaving him behind. I even said goodbye out loud on my last day there. Years passed. I remarried. We bought a completely different house in another town. A newer build, nothing like Willowbrook. No history, no character, no ghost. Or so I thought. Last week changed everything. I'd thrown my back out gardening, an old injury that flares up occasionally. I was home alone since my husband was on a business trip. I'd taken some muscle relaxers and was lying on the couch, trying to find a comfortable position. The house was completely quiet, except for the occasional tick of the clock in the kitchen. As I was lying there, I felt that familiar release of tension in my lower back, that small crack that tells you something has finally shifted back into place. I let out a sigh of relief, thinking the worst of the pain was over. In that exact moment, and I mean the precise second my back cracked, something happened that I still can't fully process. A shadow, human-sized and pitch black, rushed from behind the couch where I was lying. It moved incredibly fast, like it had been crouched behind me and suddenly sprang up. It darted around the end of the couch, right in front of me, and headed toward the hallway. This wasn't like the friendly ghost from Willowbrook. This was a dense, three-dimensional darkness, shaped like a man but with no features. No face, no clothing details, just a black silhouette rushing past me with purpose. It moved like it had weight. Its footsteps were silent, but I could sense the heaviness of it. I froze completely. My breath caught in my throat and I couldn't even scream. The whole encounter lasted maybe 3 seconds, but in that moment I knew with absolute certainty that whatever had just rushed past me hadn't been friendly. It hadn't been curious or playful. It had been waiting. The feeling that washed over me was nothing like what I'd experienced at Willowbrook. This was pure, icy dread. I had the overwhelming sense that this thing had been near me for a while, perhaps watching me while I was vulnerable with my back pain. And when my back cracked, when I experienced that release of tension and energy, it had somehow used that moment to manifest or move. I don't know how long I lay there afterward. My body was rigid with fear, tears streaming down my face. It took everything I had to finally sit up and turn on every light in the house. I called my husband sobbing, but how do you explain something like this? I sounded hysterical, and he was worried enough to catch an earlier flight home. The worst part is I can't shake the feeling that it was personal. At Willowbrook, the ghost played with electronics, interacted with all visitors, seemed to have its own agenda. This shadow figure felt targeted, like it had been waiting specifically for me, for that vulnerable moment. I haven't seen it again since that night, but I feel watched constantly in this house now. Every dark corner seems dangerous. I've been sleeping with the lights on, jumping at every noise. My husband tries to understand, but I can see the concern in his eyes. He thinks it's stress or the medication I was taking for my back. Thank God we'd already sold this house before this happened. We're moving next month, and I cannot wait to get out of here. I'm not even sure I should have stayed this long, but there was nowhere else to go. I've never felt specifically targeted by something paranormal before. At Willowbrook, I was sharing space with something that had its own existence independent of me. This felt different. It felt like it wanted something from me specifically. What scares me most is thinking about being alone in this house again. My husband has another trip next week, and I'm seriously considering getting a hotel room. I can't risk being here by myself if that thing comes back. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? Is it possible for these entities to follow you from place to place? Could this somehow be connected to the ghost from Willowbrook? I used to think I understood how these things worked, but now I'm not so sure of anything anymore. Story 18. 4 years ago, my boyfriend Tom and I moved into this beautiful old house in Riverton Heights. It was one of those protected historical homes that you can't really modify. All original hardwood floors from the 1890s, crown molding, those gorgeous but drafty bay windows. Tom had been living there for 3 years before I moved in, and he never mentioned anything strange. He'd always joked that he got a good deal on rent because the place was too much house for one person, but I loved the character and the history. The first few weeks were perfect. I was finally living with my boyfriend. The house was spacious compared to my old apartment, and I felt like we were starting our lives together properly. I decorated, unpacked all my stuff, and made the place feel like home. I arranged my collection of childhood things on a shelf in our bedroom, my stuffed animals, especially this old teddy bear my grandmother gave me when I was 5. Tom teased me about still having them, but they were sentimental. Then things started happening. Small things at first. I'd put something down and find it somewhere else later. Keys would disappear and reappear in places I knew I hadn't left them. Tom never noticed anything, so I figured I was just being forgetful or stressed from the move. But then came that day, about a month after I moved in. I'll never forget it. I was making lunch for us. Nothing fancy, just sandwiches. I'd taken 2 plates out to the living room where Tom was watching TV. When I went back to the kitchen for silverware, I literally froze in the doorway. Every single cabinet door in the kitchen was standing wide open. Every single one. And our kitchen was massive, one of those old-fashioned ones with about 30 cabinets and drawers. I stood there trying to make sense of it. I knew they had been closed just seconds before. I'd been getting things from the cabinets all morning, and I always closed doors behind me. It's just a habit. There was no way all of them could have somehow swung open in the 20 seconds I was in the living room. "Tom!" I called out, my voice shaking a bit. "Did you just come into the kitchen?" He yelled back from the living room. "No, I've been sitting here the whole time." "Why?" I didn't even answer him. I just stood there staring at the cabinets, feeling like someone was watching me. I walked over and started closing them one by one, my hands trembling. When Tom came in to see what was taking so long, I told him what happened, but he just laughed and said the house sometimes settles and causes weird things like that. But houses settling doesn't cause 30 cabinet doors to open simultaneously. I tried to brush it off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something in the house didn't want me there. Over the next few months, small things continued to happen, mostly when I was alone. Objects would move, I'd hear creaking in empty rooms, the TV would turn on by itself. Tom never witnessed any of it and started to look concerned when I'd mention these things, so eventually I stopped telling him. Then I got pregnant. We were excited but nervous since it wasn't planned. The house suddenly felt like it would be a perfect place to raise a child. All that space, the big yard, the safe neighborhood. For a while, the strange occurrences seemed to stop, and I thought maybe I had just been anxious about moving in together. I was wrong, so wrong. When I was 8 months pregnant, Tom had to work late one night. I was home alone, sitting in the living room folding baby clothes we'd bought. It was around 9 p.m., and the house was quiet except for the TV playing softly in the background. I remember feeling peaceful for the first time in months. Then I heard it. Footsteps upstairs. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, like someone wearing boots was pacing back and forth directly above my head. The sound was unmistakable on those old wooden floors. At first, I froze, thinking it might be an intruder. But then I remembered I'd locked all the doors and windows. I always did when I was home alone. Plus, we had an alarm system that would have gone off if any entry point had been breached. "Hello?" I called out, knowing it was stupid even as I did it. No response, just more footsteps. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, and slowly stood up, my enormous pregnant belly making it difficult. The footsteps continued, moving from one end of the upstairs hallway to the other, right above the living room ceiling. Back and forth, back and forth. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stood there, frozen, listening to those heavy steps. I knew I should leave, but I couldn't make myself move. It felt like my feet were glued to the floor. Then the footsteps stopped. The silence was somehow worse than the noise. I strained to hear anything, holding my breath. That's when I heard the upstairs hallway door creak open. We had this old wooden door at the top of the stairs that always made a distinctive sound when opened. What happened next still makes me shake when I think about it. The footsteps started again, but now they were coming down the stairs. Fast, like someone was charging down at full speed, thump, 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 getting louder and closer with each step. I screamed and backed away, staring at the staircase entrance from the living room. I could hear the footsteps reach the bottom of the stairs, and then nothing, no one appeared. The footsteps had reached the bottom of the stairs, but there was no one there. Absolutely no one. But I could still feel something in the room with me. The air felt heavy and cold, and there was this pressure, like when you're in an elevator dropping too fast. I ran. I just ran. I didn't even grab a coat or my purse. I waddled as fast as my pregnant body would allow me, out the front door to my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I sat there in the driveway with the doors locked and the engine running, calling Tom over and over until he finally answered. I was crying hysterically, trying to explain what happened. He came home immediately, searched the house, and found nothing. No signs of an intruder, no open windows, nothing out of place. He tried to convince me it was just the old house making noises, maybe pipes or the heating system. But I knew what I heard. Those were footsteps. Human footsteps. I refused to stay in the house that night. We got a hotel room, and I told Tom I never wanted to go back. But with a baby coming and nowhere else to go on short notice, we had no choice. Tom promised to look for a new place, but said we needed to stay until he found something. The next few weeks were torture. I never stayed home alone. If Tom had to work, I went to my mom's or a friend's house. I couldn't sleep, jumping at every creak and groan the house made. Tom was worried about me and the baby, saying the stress wasn't good for either of us. After our daughter was born, we finally moved out. I insisted. We found a smaller house across town, not as charming, but newer and more practical for a family. I thought we'd left whatever was in that house behind us. I was wrong again. The new house was fine at first. Our daughter, Lily, was a good baby, and we settled into our new routine. For about 2 years, everything was normal. Tom and I eventually broke up. The stress of the pregnancy, the move, and new parenthood was too much for our relationship. It was amicable, though, and we co-parented well. I started dating again eventually and met Ryan. He moved in with us about a year ago, and that's when it started again. But different this time. Every morning, exactly at 8:01 a.m., the electricity in our bedroom would cut out. Just in our bedroom. Nowhere else in the house. The lights, the alarm clock, my phone charger, everything would go dead for exactly 30 seconds, then come back on like nothing happened. The first few times, Ryan called an electrician, but they found nothing wrong with the wiring. Then the kitchen timer started going off every morning, also at 8 a.m. It's one of those digital ones you have to manually set. It doesn't just go off on its own, but every morning, without fail, it would beep exactly after the power came back on in the bedroom. I'd check it, and it would be set for just 1 second. The worst was the record player. Ryan collects vinyl and has this vintage record player in the living room. Every morning, after the kitchen timer beeped, we'd hear the mechanical sound of the record player arm lifting up, moving over and lowering, as if someone had pressed the start button. But the power switch was off. We even unplugged it one night before bed, and somehow it still made those movements the next morning. Ryan was freaked out but tried to find logical explanations. He checked for electrical surges, timer malfunctions, even vibrations that might affect the record player. Nothing made sense. I knew it was the same thing that had followed me from the old house. I just knew it. The timing was too perfect. Exactly 8 a.m. every day, the same sequence of events, like something was trying to establish a pattern, trying to communicate. I started researching. I read about spiritual cleansing, sage burning, salt lines. I tried it all. I had a medium come to the house who said she sensed a presence, but couldn't identify it. I was desperate and terrified that whatever this was would escalate like before. One night, after Lily was asleep and Ryan was working late, I sat in our living room with all the lights on, thinking about when all this had started. It began in the old house shortly after I moved in. Tom had lived there for years with no problems until I arrived. Then it followed me to the new house, but only started again when Ryan moved in with us. What had changed? What was different? Then it hit me. My stuff. When I moved in with Tom, I brought all my belongings. When we moved to the new house, all those same things came with us, but when Ryan moved in, I had rearranged things to make space for his belongings. I had taken some boxes out of storage and unpacked them, including a box of my childhood things, the stuffed animals, the ones that had been in our bedroom at the old house, then packed away in the move and recently put in Lily's room because she liked them. It sounded crazy, even to me, but I had to try. That night I gathered all my old stuffed animals, especially that teddy bear from my grandmother, and put them in a plastic bin. I took the bin out to the garden shed, closed the door, and locked it. The next morning, 8 a.m. came and went. No power outage, no kitchen timer, no record player movement, same the next day, and the next. It's been 3 months now, and nothing has happened since I put those stuffed animals in the shed. Ryan thinks it was a weird electrical issue that somehow fixed itself. He laughs about our haunted house phase now. But I know better. Something is attached to those toys, or one of them specifically. Something that doesn't want to share me with anyone. Something that gets angry or active when my life changes. When I moved in with Tom. When Ryan moved in with us. I'm too scared to get rid of the stuffed animals completely. What if burning or throwing them away makes whatever it is angry? What if it gets worse? So they stay locked in the shed, and I check every morning to make sure the lock is still secure. I don't know what to do. The activity has stopped, but I can't shake the feeling that it's just waiting, watching, biding its time. And sometimes, when I'm home alone, I swear I can hear faint footsteps coming from the direction of the shed. Story 19. I've been carrying this around for way too long. I need to write it down, put it somewhere outside my head. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. I'm 24 now, but I still can't shake what happened in that house. When I was 6, my dad decided to build our family home from scratch. He'd always been good with his hands. Carpenter by trade, stubborn as hell about doing things himself. We'd been living in a small rental on the outskirts of Willow Creek while he saved enough to buy land. Mom was pregnant with my little brother at the time, so Dad was determined to get us settled before the baby came. The property he bought was basically just empty land, 5 acres of nothing but tall grass and a few trees at the back where it bordered the creek that gave our town its name. There was no previous structure, no foundation, nothing. Just virgin land that had never been built on before. That detail becomes important later. Dad was so proud of that place. He'd drive us out there while it was still just wooden frames, pointing out where my room would be, where we'd have Christmas dinner, where Mom could plant her garden. It took him about 8 months to finish it, with some help from his buddies on the weekends. We moved in when I was nearly 7. It was a simple two-story farmhouse-style home. Nothing fancy, but solid. 4 bedrooms upstairs, big kitchen and living area downstairs. My bedroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway with windows that looked out over the backyard and the distant tree line. I remember being so excited to have my own space. The weird stuff started about 3 months after we moved in. At first, it was just little things I'd notice, the kind of stuff adults dismiss when kids mention them. Shadows that moved in the corner of my eye. The feeling of being watched when I played in my room. Cold spots in certain areas of the house, even in summer. I'd tell my mum, and she'd say it was just my imagination, or the house settling, whatever that meant. But then things got harder to explain away. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find my closet door open when I was sure I'd closed it before bed. My toys would be in different positions than where I'd left them. Once, I came home from school to find every single one of my stuffed animals arranged in a perfect circle in the middle of my bedroom floor. Mum swore she hadn't been in my room that day. When I was 8, I started hearing things. Not all the time, just occasionally, usually at night. Footsteps in the hallway when everyone else was asleep, the sound of someone humming an unfamiliar tune. Once, I distinctly heard a woman's voice whisper my name right next to my ear while I was reading in bed. I shot up and looked around, but my room was empty. My parents chalked it all up to an overactive imagination. Dad would check under my bed and in my closet every night to show me there was nothing there. Mom suggested maybe I was having vivid dreams. My little brother was too young to notice anything strange. Then came the night of the dishes. I was almost 9, lying in bed reading with my little lamp on. The house was quiet. Mom and Dad had gone to bed early, and my brother was sound asleep in his room across the hall. Suddenly, I heard an enormous crash from downstairs, the unmistakable sound of dishes breaking. It was so loud I thought the whole cabinet must have fallen over. I froze, waiting for my parents to wake up and investigate, but the house remained silent. After a minute or two, I gathered my courage and crept to my parents' room. Dad was snoring, and Mom was fast asleep beside him. I shook Dad's shoulder until he woke up. "There's a bunch of broken dishes downstairs," I whispered. He looked confused, but he got up and followed me downstairs to the kitchen. Everything was exactly as it had been when we went to bed. Not a single dish was broken. The cabinets were all closed, the counters clean. Dad checked every cabinet. All the dishes were there, perfectly intact. "You must have been dreaming, kiddo," he said, rubbing his eyes. "Let's get back to bed." But I hadn't been dreaming. I know what I heard. To this day, I remember the exact sound, like 100 plates smashing on the floor all at once. After that night, things escalated. The strange occurrences became more frequent, more impossible to rationalize. But nothing prepared me for what happened a few weeks after my 9th birthday. It was a Tuesday night in October. The weather had turned cold, and I remember wearing my flannel pajamas to bed. I woke up suddenly around midnight, not sure why. My room was dark except for the glow of my nightlight near the door. For some reason, I looked toward my closet. The closet door was open, just a crack at first, then it slowly swung wider. I wanted to call out for my parents, but my voice caught in my throat. I just stared, unable to move as the door opened fully, and there she was. A woman was standing in my closet, tall and thin, wearing a high-necked Victorian-style dress made of white lace that looked yellowed with age. Her brown hair was pulled back tightly in a bun at the nape of her neck. Her face was pale, with hollow cheeks and thin lips pressed into a hard line. But it was her eyes that terrified me the most. Dark, severe, utterly cold. She was looking directly at me with such intensity that I felt like she could see straight through to my soul. She didn't move. She didn't speak. She just stood there, staring at me with those horrible eyes. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just stared back, my entire body frozen with terror. Then she took one step forward, out of the closet. That broke my paralysis. I screamed and scrambled out of bed, running for the door. I didn't look back as I sprinted down the hallway to my parents' room, shrieking the whole way. By the time Dad got to my room with Mom right behind him, I was hysterical, trying to explain between sobs about the woman in my closet. Dad searched my entire room, closet included. He looked under the bed, behind the curtains, everywhere. There was nobody there, no sign anyone had been there at all. The closet was just a closet, filled with my clothes and toys. Mum tried to calm me down, saying I must have had a nightmare. She was real, I insisted, still crying. She was wearing an old white dress with lace, and her hair was in a bun, and she looked so angry at me. They let me sleep in their room that night, but I could tell they didn't believe me. The next day, Dad installed a lock on my closet door to help me feel safer. I kept that closet locked for the rest of the time we lived in that house. The thing is, I never saw the woman again after that night. But the other strange occurrences continued. Objects moving, unexplained noises, cold spots. I just learned to live with them. I never mentioned the woman to anyone outside our family because I was afraid people would think I was crazy. We lived in that house until I was 18, when I left for college. My parents sold it a year later when Dad got a job offer in another state. The new owners were actually family friends, the Millers, who had 2 daughters, ages 7 and 10. I didn't think much about the house anymore once I was away at school. I was busy with my new life, trying to forget the weirdness of my childhood. Then, last summer, I got a call from my mum that gave me chills. "Remember the Millers who bought our old house?" she asked. "Their youngest daughter has been having horrible nightmares. Sarah called me today, really upset." "What kind of nightmares?" I asked, already feeling a knot forming in my stomach. "She says there's a woman who comes out of her closet at night." Mom's voice wavered. "Olivia, she described her exactly the way you did all those years ago. A woman in a high-necked white lace dress with her hair in a bun. Sarah said her daughter has been terrified to sleep in her room." My blood ran cold. This couldn't be a coincidence. The Miller girl had never heard my story. I was certain of that. Yet she was seeing the same woman I had seen 15 years earlier. I decided I needed answers. During my next visit home, I drove out to Willow Creek and did some research at the local historical society. If something had happened on that land before our house was built, maybe there would be records. What I discovered made everything fall into place in the most disturbing way. Our street was called Pioneer Ridge Road. I'd never thought about the name before, but it turned out it was named for a reason. In the 1880s, a family of settlers had built a homestead not far from where our house stood. According to the records, the family, husband, wife, and 3 children, had been killed during a Comanche raid in 1887. The historical account was graphic. They had been chased down and murdered, their bodies found scattered across the property. The woman, Elizabeth Palmer, had been found near a small creek, the same creek that ran at the back of our property. The Historical Society had a single faded photograph of the Palmer family. The quality was poor, but I could make out enough. Elizabeth Palmer wore a high-necked Victorian dress in the photo, her dark hair pulled back in a severe bun. I nearly dropped the photograph. It was her, the woman from my closet. I was looking at the face that had haunted me for 15 years. I asked the historian if there had been any other structures built on that land, between the Palmer homestead and our house. He confirmed what I'd always believed. The land had remained empty until my father built our house. The original homestead had been about 50 yards from where our house stood, so my father had unknowingly built our house on land where a family had been violently killed a century earlier. A family whose matriarch looked exactly like the woman I saw in my closet. I drove past our old house that afternoon. It looked the same. The white siding my dad had been so proud of. The porch swing where Mum used to read to us in summer. But now I couldn't look at it. without thinking about what had happened there, both to me and to the Palmer family. As I sat in my car, staring at the house, the front door opened and Mrs. Miller came out. She saw me and walked over. I rolled down my window. "Olivia?" she said, looking concerned. "Are you okay?" "I heard about your daughter," I said, "about the nightmares." Her face fell. "It's been terrible. She won't sleep in her room anymore. We've had to let her camp out in our bedroom." "Which room is hers?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "The one at the end of the hall upstairs," she said. "It used to be yours, I think." I nodded. "Has she seen the woman more than once?" Mrs. Miller looked surprised. "How did you know about that? Did Sarah tell you?" "No," I said quietly. "I saw her too when I was 9. The exact same woman." Mrs. Miller's face went pale. That's not possible. Emma just started having these dreams a few months ago. She's never heard any stories about the house." "They're not dreams," I said, "and I think I know who she is." I told Mrs. Miller everything I'd learned at the Historical Society. She listened in shocked silence. When I finished, she looked back at the house with new eyes. "What should we do?" she whispered. I wish I had an answer for her. I don't know if the Millers still live there. I've been too afraid to check. I don't know if acknowledging Elizabeth Palmer's presence would make things better or worse. All I know is that something from the past is still present in that house. Something that doesn't rest even after all these years. Sometimes I wonder if she's trying to tell us something. Maybe she wants justice for what happened to her family. Maybe she's warning us away from land that she still considers hers. Or maybe some tragedies leave such a deep mark on a place that they echo through time, catching unsuspecting people in their wake. I still have nightmares about those cold, dark eyes staring at me from my closet. I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear dishes crashing downstairs, and I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't run from my room that night, if she had taken another step toward me. The land remembers what happened there, even if the rest of the world has forgotten. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, it shows us glimpses of its tragic past. I just hope the Miller girl will be okay. As for me, I don't think I'll ever fully escape what happened in that house, no matter how far away I go. Story 20. I never believed in the paranormal or anything like that. I'm still not sure I do. But what happened with my son Marcus has me questioning everything I thought I knew about life and death. We used to visit my husband's great-uncle Gerald every couple months at his home in Pinehurst Gardens. It was this massive old house with too many rooms to count, the kind of place that felt like you could get lost in it if you weren't careful. Gerald was in his late 80s, but still sharp as a tack and completely independent. He'd been a professor of natural history or something like that before retiring, and his house was basically a museum of all the weird stuff he'd collected over his lifetime. Marcus absolutely adored him from the moment they met. I think Marcus was about 2 at the time, and Gerald just had this way with him. While most elderly relatives tend to get uncomfortable around little kids, Gerald would get down on the floor with Marcus, show him things and talk to him like he was an adult. Not in a condescending way, but like he genuinely respected him as a person despite his age. As Marcus got older, he's 4 now, their bond only grew stronger. Gerald would always make these special little sandwiches cut into dinosaur shapes for when we visited. He'd remember every little thing Marcus told him about preschool or his favorite toys. It was really sweet to watch them together. One of the things that made visits comfortable was that Gerald was totally fine with our family's afternoon nap routine. My husband and I would usually crash for an hour after lunch. Anyone with toddlers knows how exhausting they can be, and we'd take sleep whenever we could get it. My in-laws would usually nap too. Marcus had officially outgrown naps, but we'd still have him do quiet time in the guest room with some books. About 6 months ago, I noticed something odd. I woke up from a nap at Gerald's house and went to check on Marcus, but he wasn't in the guest room where I'd left him. I wasn't immediately worried. The house was huge but safe, and Gerald was probably watching him. I found them in Gerald's study, surrounded by all his collections. Gerald was showing Marcus some kind of old brass compass, explaining how sailors used to navigate. "He snuck away from quiet time," Gerald explained with a wink, "but I figured it was better to educate him than scold him." I didn't mind, of course. It became a bit of a pattern after that. During our visits, Marcus would apparently wait until everyone was napping, then seek out his great-uncle for these private conversations. Gerald's study was fascinating, filled with maritime equipment, preserved specimens including several crocodiles, and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. It was like a private museum, and Marcus was getting personalized tours. Sometimes I'd peek in to check on them, and they'd be deep in conversation about the most random things, how compasses work, why crocodiles have different teeth than humans, the names of constellations. Honestly, I was just happy Marcus had such a positive male figure in his life who encouraged his curiosity. Then, about 2 months ago, we got the call that Gerald had passed away peacefully in his sleep. The whole family was devastated. He was the patriarch, the one everyone looked up to and went to for advice. My husband took it especially hard, since they'd been close. We had a long discussion about how to tell Marcus. He's only 4, and we weren't sure how much he'd understand about death. In the end, we decided not to tell him explicitly. We thought we'd wait for him to ask about visiting Gerald, and then we'd explain in age-appropriate terms that great-uncle Gerald had gone to heaven or something along those lines. It seemed kinder than forcing a concept he might not be ready for. A month after the funeral, we had to go back to the house. Gerald had left it to my father-in-law, and the family needed to start sorting through his belongings before deciding whether to sell the property or keep it. My husband's siblings and their kids were all there too, making it a full house of about 15 people. It was emotional being back there without Gerald. His presence was everywhere. His reading glasses still on the side table, his slippers by his favorite chair. For the first few hours, everyone was busy sorting through paperwork in the dining room while the kids played in the living room. After lunch, as usual, most of the adults decided to take a break. My husband and I went to the guest bedroom we always used, his siblings to other rooms, and my in-laws to what had been Gerald's bedroom. Before lying down, I made sure Marcus was set up with some toys and books in the guest room where we were staying. I was exhausted from the emotional toll of the day and fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up about an hour later to the sound of people calling Marcus's name. Instantly alert, I nudged my husband awake, and we rushed out into the hallway. My sister-in-law was there, looking concerned. "We can't find Marcus," she said. "The kids were playing hide-and-seek, but they've been looking for him for 20 minutes and can't find him anywhere." My heart started racing. The house was huge, with all sorts of nooks and crannies. There was an old root cellar that I'd always worried about, plus the backyard had a decorative pond. The kids knew not to go near it unsupervised, but still. I tried not to panic as we organized a systematic search of the house. We'd been calling his name for maybe 10 minutes when I heard my mother-in-law gasp from the direction of the back terrace. I ran toward the sound, terrified of what I might find. But there was Marcus, completely fine, walking in from the garden path that led from the detached studio at the back of the property. The studio was where Gerald had kept most of his more valuable collections. It was usually kept locked, so I was surprised to see Marcus coming from there. "Marcus! We've been looking everywhere for you!" I rushed over and hugged him tight. "You scared us!" He looked confused by all the commotion. "I heard you calling," he said casually. "I was just talking to great-uncle Gerald, like I always do at nap time." The terrace went completely silent. I could feel everyone staring at us. What do you mean, sweetheart?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "During quiet time, I go see great-uncle Gerald in his studio like always. He was showing me his special books about the stars today." Marcus pointed back toward the studio. "He said they're constellations. Did you know some stars make pictures in the sky?" My mother-in-law let out a small sob and covered her mouth. My father-in-law turned very pale. "Marcus," my husband said gently, kneeling down to eye level with our son. "When did you start going to the studio during quiet time?" Marcus shrugged. "I don't know. A long time ago. Great Uncle Gerald said it was our special secret time. He knows I don't like naps anymore." "And you went there today?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly. "Yeah. We were looking at his big star book when I heard everyone calling me. Great Uncle Gerald said I should go see what you wanted." He frowned slightly. "I didn't finish seeing all the stars yet." My father-in-law suddenly spoke up. "The studio's been locked since Gerald died. I have the only key." He pulled a keyring from his pocket and held it up as if to prove his point. "No, it wasn't," Marcus insisted. "The door was open like always." My father-in-law walked quickly down the garden path toward the studio, and the rest of us followed, Marcus skipping along beside me as if this were all perfectly normal. When we reached the studio, my father-in-law tried the door. It was locked. He unlocked it with his key, and we all stepped inside. The studio was exactly as Gerald had left it, books neatly arranged on shelves, specimens in their display cases, maritime instruments carefully organized on his work table. But there was a thick layer of dust over everything. No one had been in here for at least a month, except on Gerald's reading chair there was a large, open book about astronomy. The chair itself had no dust on it, and there were two distinct indentations in the cushion, as if two people had been sitting there side by side. The smaller indentation was exactly the size of a 4-year-old boy. "That's the star book," Marcus said excitedly, running over to it. "See, Great Uncle Gerald was showing me Orion and the Big Dipper." He pointed to illustrations on the open pages. The book was indeed open to a page showing those constellations. There was no dust on those pages, despite the layer of dust on everything else in the room. "Where is Great Uncle Gerald now?" my husband asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Marcus looked around the room, confused. "I don't know. He was just here. Maybe he went to get more cookies. He always gives me cookies when we talk." My mother-in-law started crying then, and my father-in-law had to take her outside. The rest of us just stood there, staring at the chair, the book, and the complete lack of any signs that anyone other than Marcus had been in the room. "Marcus," I said carefully, "do you remember the last time you saw Great Uncle Gerald before today?" He thought for a moment. "When we came to visit before, we talked about crocodile teeth. That would have been our last visit before Gerald died." "And he seemed the same today? Not different in any way?" my husband asked. Marcus shook his head. "Nope, same as always." Then he looked at us curiously. "Why is Grandma crying? Is she sad?" We took Marcus back to the house after that. My husband and I had a whispered conversation about what to do. Should we tell him the truth? Would it frighten him? Was there even a truth to tell? Nothing made sense. That night, after Marcus was asleep, my father-in-law showed us something that made my skin crawl. In Gerald's personal calendar, which had been found in his bedroom, there was an entry on the day he died. It simply read, 3 p.m. show Marcus the constellations. He had planned to show Marcus that astronomy book the next time we visited, but we never got to make that visit while he was alive. I don't know what happened in that studio today. I don't know if Marcus somehow got in there on his own and imagined the whole thing, or if... Well, I can't even bring myself to consider the alternative. The studio door was definitely locked when we checked it. The dust was undisturbed except for the chair and that specific book. And Marcus knew details about constellations that no one had taught him. We ultimately decided not to tell Marcus that his great-uncle had passed away. What would be the point? In his reality, Great-Uncle Gerald is still there, waiting in his studio during quiet time, eager to share his knowledge and affection. Sometimes I wonder if I should be frightened by what happened, But the more I think about it, the more I find it strangely comforting. If Gerald's spirit or consciousness or whatever you want to call it is somehow still present, at least in that studio, at least for Marcus, then maybe he chose to stay because of how much he loved that little boy. Maybe their connection was too special to be broken, even by death. We're going back to the house next weekend to continue sorting through Gerald's belongings. I don't know what will happen during quiet time. Part of me hopes Marcus stays put where I can see him, but another part of me hopes he finds his way back to that studio, back to those conversations that bring him so much joy. And if he does, maybe I'll ask him to tell Great Uncle Gerald that we miss him too,